all. And it was my authority to take everything that we received and to try to get it tested.
All right. Now, taking a look at Tim Harrington's apartment, did
No, sir.
who was in control of that crime scene from July 8th to July 22nd?
Tim Harrington.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know who was in control of Tim Harrington's apartment from July 8th to July 22nd?
Tim Harrington.
Okay. Now, were you aware of, well, let me ask you this, what are some types of things that could be of concern if you're not in control of that crime scene?
Well, for not
Back to the narrative question. What was some of the things you'd be concerned about if we're not in control of?
I'm gonna
Leave
allow him
the
to,
question narrative,
I'm
asking for narrative
I'm
response.
gonna allow him to ask that question.
I'm concerned about everything. There's no control when we are dispatched to a location for a crime. It's imperative that we lock it down as quick as possible. If you don't, every factor is important.
Specifically with respect to DNA, trace evidence, that kind of thing.
It's, yes, sir. All of those things are going to be impacted.
All right, did you have, as part of your investigation, any heightened concerns about any of those factors based on the conversation between Tim Harrington and Jay Lee between 4 and 7/28 on July 8th, 2022?
Yes. Jay Lee tells him that he left a sample on his floor and he needed to clean it up. That was an obvious statement made.
And what about that would concern you about the evidentiary value of any kind of biological evidence that may be in Tim Harrington's apartment?
That has been cleaned.
Now then, the box truck, were you aware as part of the investigation that you authorized testing of samples taken from the box truck?
Yes, sir.
Were you concerned about whether any of those items gathered would have any evidentiary value for you?
Yes, we're very concerned.
Why?
Again, you have time, you have admission of multiple moves. We don't even know if the contents that were in the truck the day we recovered it was the same contents that was in the truck July 8th. That amount of time and that amount of people that had access to it and the multiple moves.
All right. In the time frame from July 8th to when samples were taken from the box truck, do you know that range?
The 24th or 26th, it was close to 3 weeks.
All right. I believe there were some moving blankets in the back of the box truck that were gathered.
Yes, sir.
Would you have had any way to know when those blankets were put in there?
No, sir.
All right. With respect to, who was in control of the box truck from July the 8th to July the 24th, 2022?
I'm not sure. We know that Tim had it on the 8th, but he had other partners who had access to it. And I believe it was Tyson King that we stopped the day that had the truck. So we know multiple people had the truck and had access to it.
All right, and then Tim Harrington's Ford Escape, were samples gathered out of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you know, are you familiar with the examination of the back of that vehicle?
A little bit to my knowledge, yes, sir.
All right, and what did you know about that played into your decision to have samples tested out of that?
They used a tactic that identified, and again, this is not my skill set, but they used a tactic to identify something that brought color out that led our investigators to believe there was presence of something there at some point. That was the reason that we chose to go ahead and do samples on that.
Now, with respect to Jay Lee's car, I believe there was an initial search for the contents, the credit cards, the cash, and then that was later sent to the crime lab.
Yes, sir.
To obtain samples for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you authorized some testing of items or samples that were taken from Jay Lee's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any concerns about whether there would be anything of any evidentiary value as a result of that DNA testing?
Yeah, I mean, we showed that Tim was in that car, and you know, again, we talk about transfer and DNA, so it's anytime elements have changed, you have to understand the changing of what's going to take place and what you can extract is going to be adjusted.
Is there anything else in the investigation or anything else that would have indicated you may not have been able to find anything of value in Jay Lee's car?
One of the things that concerned me was when we saw the video from Molly Bar Trails, you see Tim in a sweatshirt, you also see some type of cloth material over his shoulders, which it looks like he's running in. And can that be placed on the steering wheel? Is that used to cover up fingerprints or any other trace?
No,
That was a big concern to us.
I don't understand exactly how we get to the point of asking a question about something and getting into.
I'm going to ask him, let him respond specifically to your questions. If you have a question about from item or something, let him explain from there, okay?
Thank you. Now, have you seen the video or reviewed the video of Jay Lee leaving Campus Walk Apartments 2 times
Yes, sir.
in July 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who was in control of the key to his car and his cell phone at that time?
Jay Lee.
All right. Who would have been, do you have any proof as part of your investigation as to who was in control of the key to Jay Lee's car and his cell phone at 7:28 on July 8th, 2022?
Tim Harrington. We saw the video of, we saw the car, so Jay Lee's car driving, Jay Lee's phone is tracking with that car. We see the car going to Molly Bar Trails. We see Tim Harrington running out. All of that is all in between 7:02-ish to 7:28. And at 7:28, there's no more access to Jay Lee's phone.
All right. Now, can you tell the jury how many agencies, law enforcement or otherwise, were involved in this investigation?
You know, from local, state, and federal, I counted as easy as 27 to 30 that I saw actively involved in this case, from us to UPD to the Sheriff's Department, to, again, state partners and our federal partners that assisted with us.
And that's from every aspect, from tracking down leads, tips, ruling people out, to the testing of evidence.
Yes, sir.
Now, on July the 8th through July 11th, even up to the last social media post about asking the public for any information about Jay Lee, missing person. Y'all, including other agencies, conducted searches of specific sites.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of those searches?
It was really just to leave no stone unturned. I mean, you get a tip in, or, you know, when you start an investigation, you started from what evidence do you have? So we knew we had a car. We knew that car was at Molly Bar Trails. We knew where Jay Lee lived. We took those three starting points and then broadened our search from there. Again, as tips came in, we would run those down, but we looked in wooded areas. We looked in dumpsters. We knocked and talked on apartments. We canvassed everything that we could possibly canvass. And as the days went on, we would expand those to, what about the next apartment complex over? What about, you know, again, if a park is nearby, if there's anything that would lead us to a probability, we searched all those areas.
All right. And if you could, speak to the jury about the difference between the terms search and rescue.
You know, search to me is what can you find? You're kind of looking for anything. At this point, we're kind of looking for a key that looks about twice the size of your thumb, right? So we're looking for that. We're looking for a cell phone. We're looking for Jay Lee. We're looking for any of the articles of clothing that he's reported in being seen in last. All those things are items of what you would look for on a search. When you get into search and rescue, you sometimes have an idea of an exact location or an exact proximity of what you're trying to gather. And so you go from search to rescue because you feel like you're getting something out of that.
All right. Now, the last searches that were conducted within the last 3 months, did you authorize those?
I did.
All right. Did you inquire from the state whether that would have any effect on the trial?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware that any of that information would have to be shared to the defense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Some of the areas that were searched, were they controlled by or near family members of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Would those searches have been conducted, would be open and obvious?
Yes, sir. Broad daylight.
Now, those searches that were recent, what were you looking for?
Again, anything of evidentiary value. You're obviously, your main priority is Jay Lee, but you're looking for anything that could give you evidence to point you in another direction, to continue giving you feedback.
And the main importance was Jay Lee. Why now? July, that he went missing July 8th, 2022. Why are you still looking for Jay Lee's body?
We've been looking for Jay Lee's body for 2 years, and we're not going to stop till we find him. I can guarantee you that.
Now, at this point, taking all of what you've learned from the investigation, at what point, taking all that into account, can you pinpoint, based on any proof that you have, the moment that Jay Lee was no longer a missing person, but a victim of a crime?
I think once we begin to gather enough information. You always,
Not a response to the question, you're asking me pinpoint times.
We'll give you a chance. Try to pinpoint the time and then explain why you felt that way.
we didn't get to the point that we felt like we went from a welfare concern, missing person.
Y'all, answer the question, it's pinpoint time, when JB,
Go ahead and either rephrase the question or answer that question first.
Can you pinpoint a time based on your investigation, when Jaylee went from missing person to a victim of a crime?
From the moment that we gave Tim Herring the opportunity to tell the truth and he couldn't, and he lied, and we backed that up, we knew then that it went from a missing person to a body.
And I want to be more specific about that. I'm looking for not when during the course of the investigation, you believe that Jaylee went from being a missing person to a victim of a crime, but now, at what point, what time frame would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that you have proof that Jaylee was a victim of a crime? Was that on July the 8th? And what time? Pinpoint the time.
So the timing is from 0600 to 728, from the time that we know Jaylee's alive and he messages open to the time at 728 when his phone is done and there's no digital footprint of Jaylee ever again.
And what proof would you point the jury to that would establish that he was no longer with us at that point?
During that timeline, I looked at, we've shown you motive. We've shown you that Jaylee was lured over, that there was.
Hang on, there's objection.
Let,
make a closing argument from the standing yard.
no, he's not.
Hang on.
The question is, what proof do you have at that point in time, the time frame from 6 o'clock in the morning to 7:28, that Jaylee was the victim of a crime, and he was beginning to say,
Ask him what happened between 6 o'clock in the morning and 7:28.
I want to make sure, my objection is, witness can't say what we've shown you, he had been sitting in his courtroom, listening to the evidence.
I understand that. I'm gonna let him talk about what evidence the Oxford Police Department has of what occurred between 6 o'clock in the morning and 7:28 in the morning on July the 8th.
So our evidence is motive. Tim Harrington didn't want to be out of being on the down low. He lured Jaylee over to his apartment with an alternate Red Eye 24 account that even in Jaylee's words, he's felt like he's being lured over. Jaylee says, I'll come later tonight. Tim says, nope, gotta come now because I'm not gonna be here later tonight. That's a lie, because he was in Oxford later tonight. We have.
hold on one second, Chief. He's being responsive to the question. The circumstances matter.
I'm gonna allow him to testify. Go ahead.
He had the blocked account. He says, Jaylee says, I'll come over later tonight. Tim says, nope, gotta come now because I'm not gonna be here, which was a lie. He wasn't up that night. Jaylee tells him he's coming, says open, while Tim is Googling how to strangle someone. Then 30 some odd minutes later, Tim leaves and goes to Walmart to get duct tape, then leaves and goes and gets a box truck, then comes back to his apartment, the last known location that we know Jaylee was at. He then stages that car. We see him running out of Molly Bar trails.
It's completely inconsistent with the testimonies that's been provided.
I'm going to ask that you not allow a narrative form, but you direct him at questioning what happened then, what happened then. Okay?
He's got personal knowledge of investigation.
I asked it instead of a narrative response, the response should be a question followed by an answer of what next, what happened next. Okay?
Yes, sir. And I will ask you this, all that you just told the jury, you have personal knowledge of.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Present at the time of these events.
He's indicated he's been in charge, he has knowledge of the investigation.
Do you know from the investigation what significance July 8, 2022 had for Jay Lee and Stephanie Lee?
It was the day that their son was taken from him, and it was her birthday.
Were you aware of the type of relationship that Jay Lee had with his mother, Stephanie?
Yes, they talked.
What's
Were
wrong
you
with the
aware of the nature of the relationship that Jay Lee had?
I'm gonna let-
I'm sorry, Stephanie misunderstood the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, they were very close. They spoke all the time, multiple times a day, often.
You were aware of what day it was for Stephanie Lee?
It's her birthday.
After 7:28, well, actually, after 6:03, well, let me ask you this. Do you know when the last message Jay Lee ever sent from his phone?
It was a message of open.
Do you know what time that was?
It was around 6:03 that morning.
At any point after that, were you aware of any other message that came from Jay Lee's phone?
No.
Course indulgence.
Now, we've been out here a while, let's take a look.
Sorry. If I may,
You may.
thank you.
You
We were
under the
talking,
wire.
I'm sorry.
You got in under the wire anyway, go ahead.
Thank you. You were talking about pinpointing the time based on the investigation as to when Jay Lee was the victim of a crime. And that range was 6:03 to 7:28.
Yes, sir.
All right. At all times during that time frame, was Jay Lee and Tim Harrington, those events, did they all occur in Lafayette County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State of Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Tend to the witness.
All right, we're gonna take a little break, go out there a while, a little more instructions, don't talk about the case, don't even talk about the case with you, don't form or express any opinions, don't, investigate, don't look at any media first. With both arguments made in support.
Hershey, they never found his phone. They never found his phone. His phone was in his car, it was tracking in his car, and then they never found it.
Did well, at some point today, the defense moved to introduce into evidence the crime lab report, and I'm familiar with both arguments made in support and in opposition to the introduction of that report. I think the facts in this case are more analysis to Odom versus State, 383 Southern 3rd, 322, where the defense was trying to introduce a report from the crime lab report without a witness from the crime lab. The witness who was questioned about this had many times, he said, I don't know what that means. I haven't seen that. Well, I may have seen the report, but I'm not aware of this, that. And I think that there's nothing precluding the defense from calling somebody. I'd probably let you call anybody, any of the crime labs involved in it that had some expertise, whether it be the state crime lab, Scales lab, or anybody like that, to authenticate the document and give us some basis of how it was created and things like that. But I'm going to deny the admissions. And also in Odom versus State, this court stated, further, it is noteworthy, despite this exclusion, the jury still heard testimony that in fact paint samples were collected in the victim's car and Odom's van and compared to each other. I think the jury, I've allowed, I think, extensive cross-examination on the fact that there had been no DNA, fingerprints, and things like that from at least 2 and maybe 3 witnesses. Juries have been allowed to hear this testimony. It's just whether or not the report is being introduced or not.
Johnny, for the record, so we can be perfectly clear, it's not that this witness probably ought to step out while I make this argument.
Okay, won't you step out anyway?
It's not the fact that there's no DNA recovered in this case. That's not the evidence. The evidence so far is from Detective Baker. He's identified in the report DNA samples were recovered that don't implicate my client in certain areas. So that's, I think, needs to be cleared up in the record. We're going to go through with this witness. Unfortunately, it's going to take a lot longer since he testified. He wouldn't expect to find any DNA samples when in fact we've got all kind of DNA samples, DNA profiles located at various locations. So I want the record to be clear that it's not that we don't have DNA for Mr. Harrington, Jay Lee, and other individuals, other donors unidentified everywhere. It's just the fact that there's no DNA samples implicating my client in any areas he shouldn't be, and Jay Lee is in the areas he's supposed to be.
And I understand that, and I'm gonna let you cross-examine extensively on the report, the results of the report, what was asked for, what was sampled, but the report itself going to the jury is I'm gonna let you cross-examine the witnesses, but I'm not gonna let you introduce the report without a sponsoring witness.
And I will say that he mischaracterized the testimony from this witness. What he said was that he had concerns about the quality of the evidentiary value based on circumstances.
I wrote it down. He said, wouldn't expect to have any results.
The record will speak for itself. I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what he made.
I'll cross him and ask him clear it up, Your Honor, before I move forward in that line of question.
I'm going to give you extensive latitude in cross-examination, but the report itself will not be admitted without the sponsoring witness that can talk about procedure of testing and things like that.
Your Honor, I do want to.
Well, I'll go further to say that I don't think the fact that this officer or these officers have a crime lab report in their possession makes them the custodian of the record.
I understand where it's written, I want to be clear on the record, Your Honor. His statement was, as I recall, no evidence in the bag, and I'll ask him about it along with.
All right, I'm gonna give you wild latitude to, y'all. All right, how long we been out? All right, long enough for the jury to come back anyway. All right, show them in. All right, everybody good on the jury? All right, you may cross-examine for the defense, I think. Oh, yeah, let's get the chief back. We weren't gonna start without you. You remain under the same oath and you, can, cross-examine it.
Good morning, Chief, how you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Fine. I want to clarify some things. I want to make sure. I gathered that your information that you got initially on this particular case, you said earlier there was a joint effort between UPD and OPD early on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been shortly after Ms. Lee came to Oxford, is that correct? Came to y'all sometime in the 8th, I guess I would say.
I believe Ms. Lee reached out to the university on the 8th.
Okay. All right. And you indicated you still had the exhibit.
Yes, sir.
May I approach that?
Okay.
Chief, this representation of the Facebook post that is introduced as State's Exhibit 101, all the content in here as far as post engagements and account center accounts received, all these numbers on here, are those representations that were done at the time of this investigation, or is this something you printed out recently? I'm not talking about the post,
Sure.
but all the information that apparently the likes and things of that nature, that represents what you printed out during your investigation or in preparation to coming to court here today?
That was, I believe, a May 2024 printout, or analytics came from that month.
And I want to be sure, all the information that, and I ain't much, I don't even have Twitter, okay? So this 19,875, all this stuff is a record of that Twitter account in May of 2024.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's not in relationship to the July 8th, 2022 date, correct?
I believe, yes, where post engagements are going to be more of your specifics. If we pulled up each individual post, and I'm not sure any of those.
I guess my question is,
The majority of what you're asking is here, found here at the bottom.
right.
These analytics would have been what was the total touch point from the time we printed that, from the time that post was made to the time we printed it.
Notwithstanding that fact, there was a lot of interest shortly after Jay Lee's disappearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a lot of media coverage, and it would be a fair statement that university student population from the 9th when it was first reported, even up until now, constantly, as evidenced by this particular exhibit, a lot of activity keeping up with this particular incident locally, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what you stated about the DNA, collection of DNA evidence. Have you reviewed the report that came back from Scales Laboratory?
I don't know that I have seen Scales' report.
All right, but you testified on direct examination that you wouldn't anticipate gathering, and I wrote it down, correct me if I'm wrong, no evidentiary value because there was a delay in time from July the 8th until somewhere around 2022 before you collected any evidence from Mr. Harrington's apartment. Is that what you testified to?
What was that question?
The question is it your representation that you would not anticipate any evidence, any samples having any evidentiary value if they were collected from July the 22nd, 24th or 25th, if you were concerned about a crime scene or a potential crime scene, July the 8th, 2022.
All right, you gave me multiple dates, so.
July the 8th is the date that you indicated that Jay Lee came up missing, correct?
Yes, sir.
July the 22nd, Mr. Harrington is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
July the 23rd, 22nd, samples were collected out of his apartment, correct? For purposes of sending off a DNA, saliva, blood, whatever.
Yes,
right?
sir.
You weren't just doing DNA samples for purpose of one thing. You were doing a crime scene investigation, correct?
Correct.
So I think your testimony was that you'd be concerned about there being any evidentiary value because of the 14-day period, right?
Yeah, I think what I said was you have to take into the fact that the results are going to be diminished after time and elements and things that happen.
Are you familiar with the fact that, have you been informed that Scales Laboratory has provided a report representing what their findings were?
Yes, sir.
And did you know that they found evidence of value in Timmy Harrington's apartment, DNA profiles at his apartment that was collected 14 days from the time from July the 8th? Did you know that before you testified here today?
That they found,
Yeah,
if you have something, I'd love to look at it.
sure. You haven't looked at the report?
Sir, there's thousands of reports. I'd like to see the one you're referencing.
Okay, I'll have to find out what exhibit number it is.
You're probably looking at 103.
You said you hadn't seen the report, but I'm gonna tell you what they provided. ID that states exhibit 103. I don't expect that you're gonna be able to testify that you've ever reviewed. You ever seen that report before?
I don't believe so.
May I sit down? D103. You never seen a report before?
I don't know that's all I've seen.
Well, how is it that you can come in here and testify to? I'm just curious. I'm not argumentative with, but you wouldn't expect to have any DNA profiles of evidentiary value in this case. If you have it,
Your Honor, object to the formal question. That's a mischaracterization of the testimony of the witness. To say that he asked.
Y'all may have noticed I forgot to put my hearing aids in this morning. I spent a lot of time looking like Dumbo. Go ahead.
The question was, putting words in the witness's mouth as if he said he would expect to find no evidentiary value. That was not the testimony of this witness. It's an improper question.
I'll rephrase it.
There you
Your Honor.
go.
I
That
thought
makes
that's
it
what
easy.
he testified to. Chief, and again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. Would you go to page 10 of the exhibit
Okay,
and read read the bottom where it says conclusion. Just read it, please.
Your Honor,
I'm not,
I don't know if he's saying read it out loud.
just read it to yourself. I'm sorry.
Read it out
Okay,
loud.
that's,
Did not object.
all right, we read it to yourself right now.
You had the opportunity to read it, Chief.
yes, sir.
I go to the next page, page 11, and I certainly don't expect you to understand some of the terms in here, but because it takes a while to read this report, but go to number 10. You don't have to really look at number 9. Read number 10 on the report. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The DNA profile identified in number 10 indicated that it came from the interior back cargo door swab, correct?
Yes, sir.
Item 001 T2, correct? Number, item 10,
Objection is,
DNA profile obtained from the interior back cargo door swab and item 00T2 do not match Timmy Harrington's DNA profile,
Objection to
correct?
what vehicle are we talking about?
I'm fixing to get to that when I get done with.
And Your Honor, I don't think we're there yet. He's asked the witness to review the document, and then he's gone straight into testifying on the document says.
I'm gonna let him, let him
You
ask.
should ask if he's.
Yeah, open this up on cross.
He has been, he has been tendered in this case, court feels, as somebody to sum up the evidence anyway. And if you're gonna sum up the evidence, you gotta take cross-examination on the evidence.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. It says the partial DNA profiles obtained from the interior back cargo door swab and item 001 T2 do not match Timmy Harrington's DNA profile or the major contributor DNA profile obtained from Jimmy Lee's toothbrush. Is that what it says?
That is what it says.
All right, now, I could go down every one of these items if need be. Just flip through the page. 11, 12, on page 13, tell the court how many items are at the conclusion of the list on page 13 of 13. Correct me if I'm wrong, there's 35 items listed in this report, correct?
There are 35 numbers. I've never seen a document like this before, so I don't know how it's labeled as far as, are they saying this is sample 1, sample 2?
35.
I do see 35 on there.
35 items that the Scales Laboratory gave conclusions on as to some type of testing, apparently in this report, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you'll look at item number 35. It indicates, already into evidence in this trial, that hair was collected from the t-shirt. These hairs were not examined. However, they can be examined upon request, correct?
Yes, sir.
34, read that if you would, please, to yourself. You had the opportunity to read it.
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the location of these items that were identified in 34, but it appears to me in this report, as reported by George Shiro, that those items were not examined. The black Ford Fusion keys, card, driver's license, and receipts.
Objection, Your Honor, it's a mischaracterization.
What's in the report?
It's in, I'm reading the report, that it was not examined and could be examined upon request. We've already had testimony about it. Your Honor.
I think we've heard testimony that, I think we can say that the keys from the Ford vehicle.
Those items, according to this report, could be examined upon request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you make the decision, or did someone under your direction make any representations not to test those items?
No, sir. It was our understanding that everything was going to be tested. I got a bill for $30,000 that what we sent was to be tested.
But it's a fair representation that those items were not tested, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want you to go to item number item number 24 on the list, if you would, please.
Are you still under conclusions?
Yes, that's all. We're sticking to conclusions. That's all we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Read that pertains to the sweatpants. As far as the stain on the sweatpants, I'm just giving examples that there were DNA items sent to the lab, came back with results. Read that for me, please, as to the sweatpants. You had a chance to read it to yourself?
Working through it. Okay.
And it appears to indicate that there were 3 DNA profiles on the sweatpants stain from Mr. Harrington's apartment that that Timmy Harrington can't be excluded, but Jay Lee was excluded, right?
Sir, I've never seen this. I don't understand how to truly interpret this. I've never did an analysis of DNA
Because
from,
if you had an opportunity to read it.
I am, but it is very confusing.
Okay. I guess my question is, Chief, your previous testimony that you wouldn't expect to find any DNA profiles from the 14-day delay is not represented in this report.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
What I said was time, manner, circumstances diminished. I never said it was a zero.
Okay. Well, in this instance, the report indicates that they were successful in providing DNA profiles and a report in this particular case, right?
Ask an answer. He said he can't read the report, can't offer any conclusions based on the report.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Have you had any information provided to you by Detective Baker after he's reviewed the report that Jay Lee's DNA, saliva, hair, urine, or any trace evidence showed anything whatsoever that it wasn't where it was supposed to be, and that Mr. Harrington's DNA where it was supposed to be? Has anything been reported to you as far as any crime lab report that there's any trace evidence at all, trace evidence at all, implicating my client in anything whatsoever pertaining to the investigation of this case? Trace evidence. I'm not talking about the videos or whatever. I'm talking about trace evidence, Chief.
No, sir.
And it's a fair statement that y'all got a 13-page report back pertaining to everything that was recovered, right?
Yes, sir.
You indicated previously that you met regularly with the officers on this case. Y'all make decisions on a regular basis, right?
Yes, sir.
At 27 agencies, according to your testimony, involved in this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
No, sir. I said 27 law enforcement personnel that I saw
Oh,
on
I
a regular
thought you-
basis, not agencies.
I'm sorry, but were you aware of the content of the statements of any of those persons of interest as it related to this case?
We would debrief, yes, sir.
All right. Now, a person of interest, Chief, is not necessarily somebody that's a suspect. Is it a person of interest includes somebody that may have information, right?
Yes,
That
sir.
leads to a suspect, right?
A person of interest could come in from like a tip or anything that someone said, hey, you need to go talk to this person. That's interesting to us. We would look at that as a person of interest.
Were you informed that individuals that had come in contact with Jay Lee were given deceptive information about their connection to him? I'm not talking about whether or not they were later eliminated as a suspect. Was your investigation impeded by virtue of the fact that certain people weren't being as cooperative early on as you felt like they should be
No, sir.
at all?
If people were not cooperating with us, no, sir.
Well, can you explain why in McGuire's report, it states in the report that certain individuals are being quote unquote deceptive about their connection to Jay Lee? These are some of his friends. Can you explain to me why, or was it reported to you that those individuals were being deceptive and providing false information?
So Shayla McGuire doesn't work for the city of Oxford. So if she filed something, it would be with the university. If you have something that she has, I'll be happy to look at it, but she works for the university
I
police.
understand that, but y'all were working together as a joint effort. Did you have any information that individuals that were reporting to UPD and OPD investigators weren't being completely honest about their relationship with Jay Lee.
No, sir. I mean, I don't understand what you're asking. Shayla McGuire, again, doesn't work for us, so if she has
I'm asking
something,
any information.
everyone that we met with, we didn't have anybody that did interview with us.
Are you familiar with the fact that Detective Baker had conversations with individuals with UPD involved in an investigation and interviews together with certain individuals?
I'm sure there were, I'm sure we met with different people. I don't know who all Detective Baker met with.
What reports have you reviewed in this particular case from your agency? I'm just asking, Chief. I need to know.
Mostly our reports.
You haven't reviewed any of the UPD reports.
No, sir. That would have went through their chain of command.
Now, the report that you have, I believe it's a 133-page report, correct? Something like that. Have you reviewed that?
No, sir, not all those documents.
All right. Did you review with anybody in your office the interview process or the process of eliminating a point of interest, Mr. Timberland Mathis? That name come to, you know who that is?
Yes, sir. I've heard his name.
All right. Did you review the interview process by which Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a person of interest?
I did not watch that interview. No, sir.
All right. Have you reviewed any reports by which Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a person of interest?
No, sir. I believe I met with our team. Again, we would do daily updates. And so if we did anything, it would be a meeting together.
Okay. Were you informed that Mr. Mathis was being deceptive during the course of his interview?
No, sir.
And what about any conversations or interviews with Jose Reyes or Jamie Towns, which is Jaylee's roommate? He's a person of interest just because he's a roommate, correct? Y'all interviewed him, right?
That name sounds familiar.
Okay. And Jamie Towns, another, Khalid Fears, you're familiar with the interview with Khalid Fears, right?
I know we talked to Jose Reyes on No Fears for sure.
Okay. And as far as Mr. Fears' statement, it appears that he has provided some information pertaining to his relationship or his connection to Mr. Lee that really wasn't 100% true early on in the investigation, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. If there's a report that represented that he may not provided accurate information, you wouldn't have any idea about that.
I would love to see it. I don't have that report.
Now, if you would, tell me, you indicated earlier that the investigation, the reporting process that started between UPD and OPD, that was early on. Y'all were sharing information between each other. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And the report that you're talking about as far as the press release, do you know whether or not the UPD press release came out before y'all's?
The first one?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It would have had to because we shared it.
Were you familiar with the fact that Mr. Mathis provided information to the investigators that he knew that the report came out the day before the report actually came out? Did that come to your attention at all?
No, sir. Again, if you're referencing a report, I'd love to read it.
I got it. But it's not a report that you haven't read the entire file of the UPD file, correct?
No, sir.
Or the OPD file?
Not from start to finish.
When's the last time you reviewed a report of the OPD file?
I mean, as we do trial prep, I'm looking through notes, but I'm not going
Not
from
looking at the report.
the entirety.
Is it important to provide every time an officer does something as far as an investigation on a particular case, to whether or not they're interviewing a witness, they would keep up with that, place it in a report. Is that important?
If they're interviewing someone,
Yeah.
yes, sir, we make reports.
And the information that you provided on direct examination pertaining to the searches, I believe those searches were conducted on November the 7th, 2024, the most recent searches, I believe at Lafayette Place here in Oxford, also in Grenada, at Lincoln, on Lincoln Road, and somewhere, quote unquote, in a wooded area on Perry Road in Grenada County, November the 7th. Is that when those things occurred?
I don't believe Lafayette Place was November the 7th. I believe that may have been in September.
What date was it?
I believe in September of this year.
All right, September this year.
Yes, sir.
It was September this year, but the most recent searches in Grenada County were on Lincoln Road and Perry Road, November the 7th of this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury, the court, and myself, and even the DA, why that was not reduced to writing, placed in any report?
Sure. So Lincoln Road and the area around Perry Road had already been searched previously. We had already been there. Nothing changed in November of 2024. It's very similar to us. We get calls all the time about a crime or an event that has happened. We show up and there's nothing there. And we call it HBO. It's handled by officer. We reported everything that we've done on Perry and Lincoln Road. There was nothing new, nothing of evidentiary value that we used. There was nothing to add to that report. That's why there's not a report.
Well, Chief, there's a lot of other reports in your file that indicate nothing of evidential value was found prior to these last two searches that have reports in. My question is not whether or not you didn't find anything of evidentiary value. Why did you not file a report that you didn't find anything of evidentiary value on those particular searches?
Because we had already previously searched those locations, nothing changed. There was nothing to add to that original search.
So that's why you didn't file a report
On November the 24th
on November the 7th.
of 2024,
That's correct. In the September date.
yes, sir. We've already searched those locations.
Are there any other report? Did you authorize or direct them not to file a report, Chief, or they did that on their own?
No, sir. It's again, like I said, it's standard practice. We get a call about a careless driver on XYZ location. We go to that location. If we don't find anything, there is nothing to report. We go back 10-8 HBO.
Chief, you indicated that you wouldn't report anything since there was anything of value, but you would have reported something on the November 7th report if you had found something of value.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me, do you not? By you not finding anything of value is something that may be valuable to a defendant.
I'm not understanding the question.
Well, you think it may be valuable that if you've received information to go search a place, regardless you had already searched it before or not, may be valuable to a criminal defendant to know that you went back down there or went down there the first time.
And again, I think we reported that. That information was shared.
of the November the 7th, 2024 search?
We spoke with the DA's office on that. We shared information.
Well, can you explain to me, according to the officer's testimony, I just testified the first time that we heard about it was 2 weeks ago yesterday. On a question that I asked an officer whether or not there'd been a Grenada and Lafayette Place for searches. First time it was ever revealed was in a court of law. How can you explain that, Chief?
All I can tell you is we went there to search. We didn't find anything. There was nothing to report.
So let's talk about some other evidence in this case. If there's evidence that an officer has gathered, retrieved it, evaluated it, and personally has determined that it's unreliable, should that be placed in a report?
That officer collected?
Collected evidence, let's say from a search warrant. Collected evidence from a search warrant, got it, looked at it, he talked to somebody or made a determination, even if the investigation revealed that it was unreliable. Should he put that in a report?
You're asking me a hypothetical?
I'm asking you as the chief of police from Oxford Police Department, if one of your officers gathers evidence,
And he logged that evidence. He logged it as evidence.
got a copy of it, that they got it,
But that's a report then, right?
should he report that he gathered that evidence?
You said you have a copy of it.
My point is, I'm asking you, should he report, if he makes the determination that that evidence is unreliable, should he put that in a report, just like a statement from somebody? You take a statement from somebody, put in a report if you think someone's being deceptive, right, or dishonest, right? You put that in a report. You evaluate that person's statement.
That sounds like someone's opinion. That doesn't sound like evidence. You're changing up on me. You're saying they gathered something, and now you're saying they perceived something. That's different. So perception may not go in a
Well, if you have an
report.
officer, one of your officers testify under oath that they gathered evidence, reviewed it, in their opinion, after talking to other people, it was unreliable. Shouldn't they put that in a report that they determined that they gathered it and they determined that it was unreliable?
And our officer put that in a report, is what you're saying.
No. If he didn't, would he have done something against your policy? He gathered the evidence, Chief. He took it, he looked at it, he determined in his opinion that was unreliable. Should he report that he gathered it, that he evaluated it, and that he determined that was unreliable? Chief, it's a simple question.
It's really not. If we're out on a search and again, all of these locations, we ran across all kinds of things on the search. You may look at it, I may see a AA battery. Is that a part? I find it, evaluate it. Do I need to log that? Do I need to keep that? No. You move on. I'm not going to write every time I saw someone's cigarette on the ground or whatever we may have found in the woods. Yes, you have to evaluate what you see, but I'm not going to put everything that I came in contact if it was not pertinent to the investigation.
Chief.
Hang on.
The objection to the question is that it only, it goes to the credibility and weight of the evidence, provenance of the jury on each individual piece of evidence. And the chief has already answered the question too, as far as policy.
If you've got a more specific question you'd like to, if you got a more specific question you want to ask the witness, ask it. If you don't, move on.
Chief, if you execute the search warrant on the residence, Timmy Harrington, on July the 22nd, his property, inside his apartment, and the resident key lock audit for his apartment. Executed search warrants for all three of those. If you got returns on all three of those, right? Shouldn't an officer provide a report about the return on those search warrants?
Whatever we collect, we put in the return.
Okay. Now, once he evaluated that evidence, in his opinion, he decided the lock audit's not reliable. We messed up on the computer that was seized from Mr. Harrington's apartment. Or if we opened the door too early on his car before the execution of the search warrant. Those items should be listed in a report as to how he conducted his investigation, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Confusing question, compound question.
I,
And part of it is
I don't,
already
I
been
think
answered.
it's a reasonable question for cross-examination.
So you asked multiple questions. One,
I'll ask one question.
No, she asked
Give me
multiple
enough
questions.
information to answer the question.
you asked multiple questions. You said, should an officer put evidentiary, so if I get something, should I put it in there? You also said, should they talk about when they opened a car door or when they pulled? Those are all different things. They're not gonna timestamp when I opened a car door. That there's other mechanisms of evidence that they use for that, for cameras or video.
Basic question, Chief. I laid out stuff so I think you understand. Executed a search warrant on July the 22nd, 2022, pertaining to evidence collected on that day, the same day that Mr. Harrington was arrested. That evidence was collected and logged, placed in evidence, and examined. If anything that was collected that day, whatever it was, piece of evidence was collected, and an officer drew an opinion at any point in time about the veracity of it or any of the problems with the evidence, shouldn't that be placed in a report? Yes or no?
I can't speak on his opinion. I can't make an opinion assessment of should he write that in his report. That officer has to say,
I'll move on, Your Honor. The lock audit that was provided as a return on the search warrant on July the 22nd. Are you familiar with the lock audit?
yes,
All right. Are you familiar with the fact that the lock audit search was executed and a return was provided to the Oxford Police Department?
I've not seen that. I know we asked for the lock audit.
If there was a search of the lock audit and a return done on the lock audit, should there have been a report by the officer that did that particular return on the lock audit?
Sounds like we did. We filed for it
Yes,
and we
sir.
returned it. We
Yes,
filed
sir.
for it. Yes, we filed for it and we returned it. That's the report.
After the officer got it, Detective Baker got it, and assessed the lock audit, if he did any further investigation on that particular lock audit, resident lock audit, any further investigation on it at all, should it be placed in a report?
Based off the information he got on the lock audit, he should file what he knows on the lock audit.
Correct. And that's consistent with any other part of the investigation for Oxford Police Department, correct? You gathered information, got that information, if you provided evidence, you gathered evidence, if there's anything about that evidence that's remarkable, it should be placed in a report, right?
Anything that we are using as evidentiary value, we file.
Chief, I want to go over a little bit of a testimony that you stated on direct examination. Have you, to the extent that you know about the conversations between Jay Lee and Kimmy Harrington prior to July the 8th of 2022, have you reviewed any of the text messages, Instagram?
No, sir.
You haven't reviewed any of that?
No, sir.
Have you reviewed the Snapchat conversations between Jay Lee and other individuals prior to July the 8th, 2022?
No, sir.
Have you reviewed any of Jay Lee's Snapchat or any other platform, social platform of Jay Lee prior to July the 8th, 2022?
No, sir.
So what I'm assuming, your direct testimony about conversations that they had, things of that nature, or things that reported to you either through officers or stuff that you had read in the report as to what occurred that evening, correct?
On July 8th,
Conversations July 8th,
I've seen the July 8th conversations. You asked what I saw prior to July 8th.
July or prior to July the 8th.
I've not seen anything prior to July 8th that I've reviewed.
So you can't represent to this jury that there's anything in any report, any conversations between Jay Lee and Timmy Harrington, where Timmy Harrington had coached Jay Lee over to his apartment before, threatened him in any way, or anything like that, Kenny?
On July 8th,
July 8th, before July 8th, you haven't reviewed any of the text messages or conversations before July the 8th.
no, sir.
And on July the 8th, you represented that you had read all those text messages, Instagram. Is that in a report that was provided to you, but are you actually reviewed the return on the search warrant? Which one is it, Chief?
I've seen some of the Snapchat logs and then our reports.
And do you see anything in there that Jay Lee had threatened my client, that he was going to quote unquote out him at all?
At 4:36, Jay Lee states, I just wanted to say, which is outing, that I had you on the DL again, which is the download. Fun to have been your first guy experience. Jay Lee says, I wanted to say. He wanted to out him.
He wanted to out him? Is that what you say that means?
He says, I just wanted to say. Say is a verbal word.
But your indication is, your testimony here today is that that's an indication that Jay Lee was going to out Timmy Harrington.
It says, I wanted to say it. He wanted to say that Tim was on the download.
Say it to other people?
Just says say it.
Okay. Do you have any indications from any reports from any officers, whether it be Detective Baker or anyone else, that there's anything in their investigation that revealed that there'd been any outing conversations between Jay Lee and Timmy Harrington prior to July the 8th?
Nothing prior to July the 8th.
Do you have any, have you reviewed any of the other social media platforms from Mr. Lee's Snapchat account?
Snapchat's one account, one platform.
Excuse me, Jay Lee's other accounts other than Snapchat.
I've looked at a lot of messages, so I don't know what all, if they were Google's or I've just seen kind of a series.
Do you find anything in those Snapchat accounts that is consistent with the same type of conversations that you have in the July 8th Snapchat conversations between Jay Lee and Timmy Harrington? Late at night, things of that nature, and going over to other people's residence unannounced, things of that nature.
Did we find that in other, I'm not sure. I didn't go through his
You
account.
don't recall?
I didn't go through his account past July the 8th or prior to July the 8th.
I want to hand you what you marked. Did you review all the way back to June the 14th pertaining to Jay Lee's Snapchat account with Mr. Fears? Have you looked at those?
No, sir. Never seen that.
Never looked at it?
No, sir.
chance to read it.
You may read the rest. Y'all good? All right.
You were asked on cross-examination about the message from Jay Lee to Tim Harrington. I just wanted to say I had you again on the download. What did Jay Lee do after that comment was made?
He responds one more time and says, "I've nutted in your floor, so you should clean that up, by the way." And and the nude was fake. Okay, back to block now.
All right, back to block now. So was there any actions based on the records that Tim Harrington took that would indicate how Tim Harrington understood the message from Jay Lee? I wanted to say I had you on the download.
Can you reframe the question?
Based on that, what happened after that? Can you make any observations on how Tim Harrington understood what Jay Lee was saying as far as outing him to other people?
When Jay Lee makes that statement, then Tim gets a notification that he's been blocked on Instagram. Jay Lee then receives a Snapchat from this alternate account, Red Eye 24. There was kind of an immediate prompting at that point.
And who's trying to reinitiate contact in this?
Tim Harrington.
That's all I have now.
State calls the next witness.
John, at this time, stay with us.
All right. Y'all approach 1 second.
I was wondering how they were going to like loop in their theory as to like the motive. And so it's interesting to hear them say that they're using the "I just want to say" as the language to support the theory that he was about to out him. I personally don't get that same vibe. I don't get it. I think that
Gentlemen, Jerry, you've heard from the state press on your case in chief, so you've heard the testimony that the state has offered. There's some things that the court has to do at this point. I'm going to give you a long lunch today until 1:30. When we get back at 1:30, the state would bench has right to call witnesses, right, and not call witnesses, whichever one it wants to do, okay? All right? Remember the course instructions, don't talk about the case, don't lie when you talk about the case, refuse to form or express any opinions, don't investigate the case, steer clear of any video reports on this matter, and have a good lunch. Is this witness finally excused? Oh, that's right. Okay, you, Chief, you can't be in the courtroom just that. Y'all have information, y'all get him back if you need, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, go back to work.
Thank you.
All right.
okay, yeah. So I mean, be on the same page. So the text to me did not say "I'm about to out you." I don't know what transpired. My theory is that something transpired that first time around, and Jay Lee said you did something sketchy. Like what you just did was like basically sus as hell. Like you just did some foul shit the first time around. So what
Your connections to the past are waiting. Get Ancestry DNA for only $39.
So he like, what you trying to do? You trying to get me over there to do something to me? Like when he says, I just want to be like the first thing, I just want to, okay, my thoughts are like running together right now and I apologize. So when he says, like what you just did was was sus as hell. Basically, he said something like, whatever he did the last time he was there was fucked up. He just did some foul stuff, right? So it makes me feel like something happened that first time when they agreed on whatever act they was gonna do. Something happened after that where they got into it, and then he left, right? And when he left, I feel like he just talking stuff like, like it gave to me like the last time vibe. It gave like, I just wanted to be able to say that I had you. I feel like that was one statement. Like, and then it was like, again, XYZ. Like, it didn't read to me like he was getting ready to out him. I feel like something I think the state just messed up on a theory. Like, that's just my personal opinion. Like, I wouldn't have presented that way. I wouldn't have. Hey, Jasmine, the defense is horrible at cross-examination. They absolutely are. I think he's trying his best to twist it around to make everybody believe what he wants them to, and it's not translating. Like, he's just confusing everybody. He's got a lot of compound questions. I don't see how all of them are getting past, but I do feel like he's purposefully trying to confuse the witnesses and thus the jury. Like, I'm not getting, he's being like, I don't know. He's not really presenting another theory, but he's also putting on a case. And so the format in which he's asking his questions, I hope that it'll come together so we can understand like what the defense is that they're putting up, because he's really just crossing and trying to poke holes in their theory. He hasn't really presented his own theory. He's stuck on Mathis, who we found out is at work and is the reason why that person was excused as a suspect, but we haven't really seen the defense's theory yet. And so I think we got to hold out a little bit. And I'm not saying give them grace, but wait a minute to see what the defense theory is, because we haven't seen it. We just haven't seen it. Yeah, I just don't think that was going to, I don't think that was outing verbiage. Like, I didn't get outing from that. I just got like, girl talk, like, I just want to say, I had you, again. So, I feel like the again was transitional. It wasn't like I was going to tell you that again, like something happened that first time around where he knew that, I don't know what was said that first time, but he knew that he was finna XYZ him, because he, right after that conversation, you like, come over here. Jay Lee, like, what, you trying to beat my ass? You already did some stuff that was suspect. Like, what's going on? And now you like searching. How long does it take to strangle somebody? Like, they should have stuck with that. They needed a little culture vulture on the prosecution side to help them build that theory. Because baby, that one ain't it. That one not it. I need to resize this image, and it's not giving what I needed to give. Doesn't the defense not have to give a theory? Yes. Shannon, they don't have to, but it sounds like they're getting ready to put on a case. So I would assume that they're going to give an alternative theory, some of the stuff, because baby, if you don't explain why that boy was in that car, you're going to be in trouble from the defense side. You're going to be in trouble. Yes, questions are too compound. Defense has to be careful about confusing the jury, because if the state is more clear, the jury is likely to go with the state's theory. We saw the reverse during the YSL trial. Absolutely. We absolutely did. I love Jasmine, y'all. Everybody, if y'all don't know Jasmine is an amazing future attorney. She just finished her 3L year, y'all. Our girl took her last final, I want to say last week. Okay, everybody say congratulations to Jasmine, because we know she's about to pass the bar. Okay, she's going to be a licensed attorney in North Carolina. So shout out to Jasmine, y'all. The motive has not been proven in the case, just that Tim caused the death of Jay Lee. But how is the question and why? How is the question and why? Exactly. How did he kill Jay Lee and why? We don't know. We don't know. You don't know. It ain't given. I just don't think that it's given what the defense wanted to give at this point. Like it's not. Ooh, you know what? I could probably open it in Adobe and resize it. Can you resize stuff in Adobe? Let me see. I gotta eat because y'all. I'm like starving. Yeah, everybody say congratulations to Jasmine. Y'all know we a family over here. Everybody say congrats to Jazz. And of course, Jazz, thank you. I feel like Jay Lee probably told him he was going to out him the first time he went over there arguing. He probably did. You know what I'm saying? But that was the argument to make because you already have a lot of circumstantial evidence. That little one piece right there was good enough. And then you had context to support that. You already did you know what I'm saying? You basically already did something sketchy. You know what I'm saying? Like you had a little bit of argument. You had a little bit more evidence to support that. Like I think that the whole outing and using that as I think that was a bad move. Congratulations from Mama T. Jazz, you got a question? Okay, my food here, y'all. Let me go get the food. We don't have audio. Whenever the audio kicks back in, we'll have it. Okay. Okay, Jen Wynn, I agree. And the next sentence, Jay Lee said something like, I'm happy to say I was your first. So I don't see where Jay Lee was trying to out him. Taylor, most people watching this trial are saying that he committed M, but they don't understand that the state has to prove capital M. Absolutely. Jasmine's been in and out, so she can't say for certain. Now the exams are over. I'll be back and catch up. I'll get back to you, though. Everybody said, congrats to Jasmine. Here's the thing, though. With the M charge, they got to prove that kidnapping piece. The kidnapping has not been shown. Like, you have not shown the kidnapping piece. And I mean, I want to say that they're using the evidence of the duct tape. Purchasing duct tape does not prove kidnapping. You gotta give a little bit more. You gotta give a little bit more than that. They have to give more than that. I should be able to resize this thing. Babe. Mm. Hold on, family.
The state has rested its case in chief, and I understand that the defense has a motion that likes to be heard at this time.
Directed verdict.
Yes, sir.
Have we identified all the exhibits that have been identified but not admitted, Your Honor?
We have, and me and Dana's lists are consistent with each other.
Okay.
If anybody wants to look at the list, y'all welcome to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
As to the motion for directed verdict, the state defendant on behalf, counsel for the defendant moves for directed verdict and for the court to discharge him, and in support of it, provide the following. First of all, Your Honor, the state has charged a crime of capital murder, kidnapping. This court knows kidnapping has two basic components. Either there's some type of asportation that someone is taken and they move without their will, or the second part is whether or not someone is inveigled, and that is basically under case law, and I think in the statute, a luring, trickery, or a threat, proof along those lines. So it's clear that the state has not placed in the record any proof whatsoever for the jury to consider that Mr. Lee was held against his will and transported, or there's no proof of asportation of Mr. Lee to any other location. So that puts us down to the embezzlement. There's no evidence whatsoever there was any trick associated, or they haven't advanced any proof that there was any trick associated with any conduct on part of Mr. Harrington, whereby he was tricked into coming to a location where Mr. Harrington was and kidnapped and held against his will at that time. Second, Your Honor, as to the threat, it's clear in the record, all the witnesses for the state, investigating witnesses, Chief, as well as Baker and Fortner, none of those three witnesses advanced any proof whatsoever that he was threatened in any way, or there was a threat placed against Mr. Lee, that something was going to happen to somebody else if he failed to come to the location where Mr. Lee was. Now we're down to the last aspect of embezzlement, which is the luring aspect, Your Honor. Basically, what we've heard in the courtroom today is a summary or an interpretation of one statement, subject to multiple interpretations, as testified to by Detective Baker. In his own testimony, Your Honor, he stated it's open for anybody's interpretation as to exactly what they were talking about. As That's what Detective Baker testified to. The chief testified that basically one word in the statement pertaining to what was going to occur before he was going to go back to block is the evidence of embezzlement, that there was alluring based on that particular statement. Your Honor, the evidence does not support that beyond a reasonable doubt that a jury could find that there was any alluring by my client if you take the state's witness, state's testimony most favorable to the state and give them the benefit of any and all evidence most favorable to the state. Additional argument as to the motion for directed verdict, Your Honor, pertains to the quality of the evidence that was placed into the record. The notice was filed on 11/5/24 pertaining to the 902.11c objections. The notice was filed, the objections were filed on 11/19/24. Your Honor, within that time frame, the court knows certain things were supposed to happen. The state at that time was required by law and required by the rule and the case law that they were supposed to set this matter for hearing, and the court was to rule on whether or not the objections were valid and whether or not the evidence that was in the notice would be admitted into evidence. The only piece of evidence that the state should be able to advance as to the 902.11c would have been one video. If the court had granted the state's objections based on the rule of court. And I'll state exactly how it goes, Your Honor. An adverse party waives any objection that is not specifically stated in writing, which we did, served within 15 days after receiving the notice required under paragraph B, or at a later time that the party has agreed on. That did not occur. The proponent must schedule a hearing on any objections, and the court should determine the admissibility of the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so, the record is not self-authenticating under this particular paragraph. The court made a ruling, Your Honor, that basically two things occurred. The court made a determination that there was sufficient indicia of reliability for these particular documents, Your Honor.
If trying something new opened up a whole new world of possibilities, would you embrace
of these particular documents? The court also made a determination on the record that the court was familiar with the locations within Lafayette County, and that due to that, part of the ruling included, due to the fact the court was familiar with those particular locations, certain pieces of evidence that included videos of Jay Lee's car traveling throughout Lafayette County in different places and showing Jay Lee leaving his apartment, things of that nature were allowed into evidence. Your Honor, the defendant respectfully submits to the court that that was error and that those matters should have been excluded. And at the conclusion now where we are of the state's evidence, that there's not sufficient evidence, value of the evidence is not sufficient for this case to go forward on murder, capital murder, or any other charge. Now, getting to the last argument, defendant filed a motion to dismiss this case on a defective indictment. Document 98, 12/2 of this year in chambers before board I. A hearing was had wherein the court, without advancement by the state, ordered that the indictment be amended To this date, Your Honor, that indictment has not been amended by any order, not on the file, and the state's rested. There's no order amending this indictment, although unprompted by motion, there was an order that the indictment should be amended. Unfortunately for the state, they've rested without an order being on file, amending the indictment. We move forward on a defective indictment. State has closed their evidence, and directed verdict should be advanced. Our motion for a directed verdict should be granted based on the procedure that's taking place in this file, Your Honor. I checked a few moments ago. I had Mr. Dagnall check. No order's been entered amending the indictment, and therefore, that part, in addition to all the other portions of the motion for directed verdict, taken as a whole, quality and quantity of the evidence presented here today, the fact that the order amending the indictment has not been placed in the court file signed by the court, in addition to the fact that state has failed to make a prima facie showing that a jury should consider the luring aspect of the embezzlement. And additionally, Your Honor, if you recall the testimony of Chief McCutcheon, he said that there was a time frame of 6 o'clock to 7:28, time frame by which he anticipated that Mr. J. Lee, between that time, died. There's absolutely no proof of a death. The element of luring is insufficient as presented to the jury. The 902.11d requirements were not followed, and the introduction of those tapes should be stricken at this time, removed from the record, and furthermore, Your Honor, no amendment to the indictment has been placed in the file. Hence, we went forth on a defective indictment, and this matter should be dismissed by motion, granting the motion for directed verdict.
All right, anything else?
That's all right.
We're all here from the state.
Mayor, I'll start in reference to the indictment. I sent the amended indictment to the email address bhartfield at forestcounty.ms.us shortly before voir dire as directed to by the court. It was emailed at 9:55 a.m. Apologize. I sent the, when we were in Hattiesburg, Your Honor stated that we needed to get the indictment on file before we started voir dire. I sent an email to the email address bhartfield at co.forestcounty. I believe that's Brooks' email. Is that your email? bhartfield. Oh, I was instructed to send it. You told me to email it to bhartfield, and that's what I did. I emailed it to bhartfield, as well as CCing Mr. Creekmore and Mr. Haran. So while there, that's what I did as instructed. I did assume that it was printed out. I wasn't sure whose email that was, but I was told to send to bhartfield at forestcounty.com. So that's what I did. So I'll address that first. The amendment was completed and it was sent at on 12/2/2024 at 9:55 a.m. Before we started to select the jury. Now, I assumed it was printed out and given to the court and all of that, as that was what was told to me to do. As to the argument to the actual elements of the crime, as the court is aware, the standard for directed verdict is to take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. There's been ample testimony that this all happened on July 8th, 2022. Jurisdiction has been testified to by, I believe, Shane Fortner, and a witness today, I believe, Chief McCutcheon. He also testified to it. As to the element of death, we of course had to prove that Jay Lee was a human being and that he was no longer alive. The court heard testimony from Jay Lee's mother, who testified that he called her every day, he spoke every day. His friends, who two at least, Khalid Fears and Jose Reyes, who testified that they hadn't seen or heard from him since that day in July, or for Jose, since July 7th, 2024, that he hadn't appeared on social media, that he regularly engaged in social media, possibly posted on social media every single day. We've heard testimony that his dog, whom he was very close to, was abandoned, that he would take photo shoots with his dog, that he would take the dog everywhere with him, even to class. He wanted to take it to class, that the dog was abandoned. We heard testimony from officers regarding his financial accounts and his mother, that to this day, those accounts remain untouched, that the last transactions that happened on those accounts was July 8th or July 7th, 2022, besides some accounts that had automatic charges that could happen without him. We heard testimony that there was no evidence that he had suicidal tendencies, that he was depressed, that he was unlike him to disappear on his own. Further, his ID, all his credit cards, his driver's license, things that he would need to be out into the world were all found within his vehicle on Molly Bar Trails, which was parked there at 7/8, the same day he disappeared, and towed the same day he disappeared. We heard evidence that his apartment remained unpacked. All his possessions were still there. Nothing was taken or removed. Your Honor, we provided sufficient evidence to where a reasonable juror could determine that Jay Lee was no longer alive. Maybe I should forward it. As to the element of kidnapping, Your Honor, opposing counsel defined there's 3 types of kidnapping. That's what the case law says. The theory by which the state proceeded under was a theory of inveiglement. Now, inveiglement specifically means to lure or entice through deceit or insincerity. And there's no component of force, and you cannot forcibly inveigle, which is why the state was confused regarding all of the force talk. It is to essentially lure or convince someone to come to you by being insincere, through trickery, or through deceit. In this case, Your Honor, the text conversation between Jay Lee and Timothy Harrington is very important. It actually starts off where we know that Jay Lee has left Timothy Harrington's apartment upset. We know that based on Timothy Harrington's recorded interview, where he stated that Jay Lee was mad when he left. We know that because Jay Lee blocked Timothy Harrington after he left, and people don't usually block people that they want to continue to communicate with. We also know that Jay Lee said something that could be perceived as mean to him, talking about how I nutted on your floor back to block. Following that, Jay Lee is communicated on an account that he doesn't recognize. We know he doesn't recognize because he says, "Who the F is this?" Then Timothy Harrington re-engaged us. He re-engaged Jay Lee. His first message to him was, "Come back." But before he stated that, Your Honor, he calls him 3 times unanswered. Then there is one answered phone call through Snapchat for 14 seconds.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
He's between the two. And at this point, we realize that Jay Lee knows that it's Timothy Harrington because they pick up their conversation back from when he was blocked. Your Honor, at this point, he asks, come back. Jay Lee says, no. He says no. Tim Harrington continues to speak to him. Jay Lee responds with why he won't come back, again, indicating that he wasn't going to come over. And it's important what he said, because it wasn't just that Tim Harrington wouldn't perform oral sex on Jay Lee. In that message, Jay Lee describes having been treated poorly by Tim Harrington. He says not only that he didn't reciprocate, but also he insulted Jay Lee by telling him to stop harassing him and telling him that they would stop linking, as in meeting up for sex. And this was immediately following their sexual encounter. That's why Jay Lee was upset. And it's laid out in that message. And then, Your Honor, he tells him he's gone too far. Jay Lee says to Tim, you've gone too far, and says good night. Again, Tim Harrington says that he doesn't want it to end like this. He tells Jay Lee he's a cool person. Jay Lee then says that his one condition to come back was if Tim would agree to give him oral sex. Now, per Tim's own interview, Tim Harrington's own statements, he invited Jay Lee back over to make it up to him. That's Tim Harrington's statements. Tim Harrington says Jay Lee was mad. Tim Harrington says he had to invite him back over and promise to make up to him. But what's really interesting, Your Honor, and what goes to the deceit, trickery, or luring is that Tim Harrington also says in his interview that he never does that. He never performs oral sex on men. He says that he's never done it before. He says that Jay Lee usually comes over, but this time he's promising to do something he's never done before, which is what he says in his interview. That also came from Khalid Fears, that Jay Lee was going to do something sexually that had never happened to him before. Tim Harrington in his interview, after saying that he's going to do something he's never done before, when you think about that, Your Honor, the evidence in context of what's happened, Jay Lee had just left this man's apartment. This man had just told him, stop texting me, had just told him, I don't want to see you anymore. Then, after Jay Lee says, I just wanted to be able to say, I had you BDL, and blocks him, suddenly, Tim Harrington is calling him over and over again, texting him over and over again, asking him to come over to do something that Tim Harrington didn't want to do because he never did it before. Further, as proof that he never wanted to do it, Your Honor, Jay Lee brings up, well, I'll come, but I'm gonna have to get this in the front. And Tim Harrington, he just says, in the text message. Then Jay Lee doesn't even know what that means. He says, okay, I'll do it. Because he never intended for Jay Lee to come over there for oral sex. The evidence could be perceived that way, Your Honor, and that's how the state reads it. It's very obvious. He never intended him to come over for sex. And then further evidence by that, and that he wasn't enthusiastic to do it, is that immediately following Jay Lee's agreement to come over, Tim Harrington Google searches, how long does it take to strangle someone? Your Honor, even Jay Lee in the text was confused by Tim's repeated calling and texting and asking him to come over because he says, why are you doing this? It's like you're trying to lure me, because that was not the tenor of their relationship. And that's very clear from the text message. And a jury that heard that could reasonably infer that. Your Honor, Tim Harrington, when you look at the evidence in whole, the conversation in totality, in combination with his interview, it's very clear that Tim Harrington didn't care about Jay Lee. when he asked him to come over, it wasn't because he wanted to be on good terms by doing something he never wanted to do in the first place. That was the insincerity, and that was the trick, that was the deceit. As we further move on in considering the theory of inveiglement, Your Honor, I would cite to the Moberg case, 303 Southern 3rd 815. I believe opposing counsel said as to kidnapping, you know, he had to have the intent to keep him or snatch him. No, Your Honor, if the court looks to Moberg, in that case, they talk about how kidnapping is not a specific intent crime. The significance of the
Inveigling case decided a couple of years ago. Was that it?
No, this is actually newer, Your Honor. I believe this is from 2024.
2024. I knew the one very recently. I probably it anyway.
Your Honor, they say the significance of the holding that no specific intent is needed is that the defendant need only to have the intent to cause the events that followed. In that case, all that happened was the defendant, Moberg, was upset that the victim had slept with his girlfriend. He told the victim, we're cool. Then he went over to the victim's house and he asked him to come help him with stuff. He asked him if he would help him move. Then the victim and the defendant drove from, I think it was Alabama to Mississippi because the victim voluntarily agreed to help him move. The victim was then killed in in Mississippi. Eventually his body was found, although no cause of death could be determined. Moberg appealed and said that there was no evidence of kidnapping. But as here, the victim voluntarily got into the defendant's truck under the guise that he was going to help the defendant move. Jay Lee did voluntarily go to Timothy Harrington's apartment, but of course it was under the guise that Tim Harrington was going to perform oral sex on him. But again, Your Honor, the evidence put forth is that one, Tim Harrington has never done that before. Two, he didn't want to do it earlier in the night, so much so that he told Jay Lee, let's stop linking and stop harassing me. And three, that Tim Harrington only suddenly became interested in having Jay Lee come back over after Jay Lee blocked him and made the statement, I just wanted to be able to say, I had you BDL. And I would further state, Your Honor, that per the evidence provided, a reasonable juror could reach the conclusion that Tim Harrington, following Jay Lee coming over to his apartment, and that 7:28 time was important because that's when Jay Lee's phone completely cuts off, never comes back, that Tim Harrington is then seen taking this fantastical run that he describes in his interview, somehow getting into Molly Bar Trails without ever running into it, right after Jay Lee's car is parked at Molly Bar Trails. So I put forth, Your Honor, that the state has, in fact, put forth a prima facie case of death, kidnapping, and altogether capital murder. As to the indictment, Your Honor, I did what was directed to me.
The issues on the self-authentication issues, or let the court handle them on his own?
Well, Your Honor, the court already ruled. I believe that ruling, I don't believe that that was the proper place for, or the proper subject of the directed verdict argument. The court has ruled there was sufficient indicia of the liability for those documents. It is not true that the only one tape would have come in. The campus walk videos, Your Honor, are from UPD testified to those. The campus walk, the campus videos, that's from the university. University police is in charge of the university. Those came in through the university. To the Renaissance Bank videos, the Renaissance Bank woman was here. The videos from the cleaner woman was here for that. Mr. Klink was here for the videos from his home. We called the witnesses. The other videos, Your Honor, was the Walmart video, the Walmart representative was here. So Your Honor, that's not true that only one of these videos would have come in. The witnesses were here to authenticate them.
All right, I'll give you one rebuttal.
Yeah, Your Honor, first of all, the case that she cited involving the inveiglement, there was clear evidence, as I understand the case she cited, Mr. Dagnall and I were discussing, there was evidence of the exact purpose of the representation about the purpose of the trip, getting that individual over there, which was false. There's nothing in this particular case, Your Honor. Mr. Beers testified that the man was going over there to have some fun. There's no misrepresentation to Mr. Lee as to what the intent was when they were coming over there. There's one, according to their state's witnesses, Your Honor, there's one and only one witness testified, that chief, who wasn't involved in investigation, basically made reference to, I just wanted to be able to say, I had you be the DL again, subject to multiple interpretations. How in the world are we going to move forward on an inveiglement case when the state has presented their proof that that is the evidence of inveiglement, Your Honor, during the course of the conversations between these two individuals? I can't imagine moving forward with that scant amount of evidence, going forward with a capital murder case where Chief McCutcheon said that he couldn't present any evidence previous to the 8th day that they'd had any conversations that supported that my client had lured him over there, that had any other arguments, anything like that, Your Honor.
All right.
The second thing on the 902, the only tape that would have come in would have been the body cam. The argument is that the procedure that was followed, Your Honor, was an improper procedure. That evidence, I know the court's ruled on it.
On those done at Grenada, I don't think the rule doesn't require that there not be self-authentic, that you can't put them in. It just means you have to bring authentication, right?
No, Clint could testify, Your Honor, but what evidence at the time without the other videos show any crime? What evidence without the other videos and the Oxford videos showing a boxcar going down the road supports a conviction? If the court went back in chambers and said, you know what, I probably didn't do it right on that 902.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
No.
But my point being, and I no disrespect to the court, but there's nothing in that rule that talks about indicia of reliability. It's not in there, Your Honor.
All right, I'm ready. Unless you got anything else? I don't mean to cut you
Can't
off.
think of anything else.
All right.
But
All right, I'm going to make, I'm this time.
now, hold on, Judge, one more thing about this order on this indictment. I hope we're not going down that path today on the capital murder case, that you can email an order, amend an indictment somewhere and stay here 9 days and not get it filed and signed by the court before the close of the state's case, or even the start of the case, to be honest with you. I hope we're not going down that path, Your Honor. Thank you.
Here we go. As to the self-authentication matters of videos, the court thinks it got it right. And I think we've made a record on this before, but I'll go back and sort of recap that. The state filed its notice of self-authentication. The defense filed a response, and our court files it in a required time. You filed it within the required time. The state indicated that they did not get that notice, that the defense was objecting until it was brought to their attention on Monday, was 2 weeks ago when we were having court in Ripley. We talked about this in chambers. That was Monday before Thanksgiving. Court said we'll deal with it when when we can have time, the court took it as we were having a hearing on it. As to those videos that the court was found were all here in Oxford, Mississippi, on a short route, all in close proximity in time, all in a route known to the court. Court found that those I was going to, if I had had a formal hearing on the record, I would have allowed those documents to be self-authenticating. Time didn't permit it. From the time the state, a formal hearing, from the time the state found out that there had been an objection to the current time. If the court is wrong on that, I think there's still sufficient evidence in other means of this court that phone records, Snapchat records, records from Walmart, that there was self-authenticating, that there was authentication made, police department, university cameras and things like that, that the case could have survived a motion directed verdict, even if the court was to be deemed wrong about that. As to the sufficiency of the evidence, I think the state has set forth a prima facie case that that Mr. Harrington was alive, that he is no longer alive. There's a prima facie case that he came to his death at the hands of Mr. Harrington. The jury could see it that way. The good jury could see it another way. They made a prima facie case. They've also made a prima facie case that occurred in Lafayette County on July the 8th. And they've made a prima facie case based on the text messages, that I call them, communications between these two parties, that there could have been luring in this case. Don't know that that'll be for the jury to decide, but they've made a prima facie case. As to the issue of amendment of the indictment, the court on the record ordered that the indictment be amended, that it court found that the statute required the code section of the underlying crime in a capital murder case be included in the indictment. Court further found that there's only one code section for kidnapping in the indictment, that there's no.
Create a new family tradition this holiday season with festive winter events that celebrate all.
With the fact that those few numbers for the kidnapping section, code section, be included in the indictment. Kidnapping is kidnapping is kidnapping in Mississippi. There's no different statutes for kidnapping. Court allowed the indictment to be amended to include the code section number for the kidnapping. I ordered that the indictment be amended. This court has no knowledge other than what's been reported to the court this morning, that it was emailed. We were in Hattiesburg, picking a jury for this case. State indicated when and where they emailed it to, and I'm going to deny your motion for directed verdict in this case. You can make any further record you like.
Your Honor, I think I need to clear up that the order failing to amend the indictment, the motion for directed verdict would be that the court should grant it alternatively would be that due to the fact that the indictment wasn't amended, that it would move forward to the jury on, since the kidnapping aspect would not be viable, it would go to the jury on murder as opposed to if the court found the prima facie showing had been made.
I'll ask for the state to make a response to that. They may be willing to confess that anyway. I don't know. I'm not, the court is not going to, if the state wishes to move forward without the kidnapping, I'll allow them to. But if they don't, I'm going to play the cards we got, okay? That I'm going to. All right? But
Talisa, I think the defense, he's calling a few of them back. He told a few of them that they were still on a subpoena. So I think he's calling a few of them, a few people that we've already seen back.
let the parties both know what you've uncovered there anyway. Apparently the I'm not going to make any comment on that on the record. If anybody else wants to, they can, okay?
Please, what I think provided, my understanding what was sent is not anything close to an order amending the indictment and not
I
signed.
will say for the record, I have not signed an order amending the indictment. I have made a pronouncement from the bench that, so the record's clear, I have not signed an order amending the indictment. I have pronounced from the bench that the indictment would be amended for the record. That's where we stand anyway, okay?
I understand.
All right. It's 12:30. We got another hour, and we will, unless there's something else, will the state, you think the defense be ready to move forward? I would like to cover this right now in case I forget it later. Mr. Harrington, I'm going to direct this line of thoughts to you personally, not necessarily to your attorneys. The state has rested its case. You have the right to put forth testimony in your defense. You have the right not to. You have the right to testify in your own defense, or you have the right not to. If you choose to testify, you'll be subject to cross-examination by the state. If you choose not to testify, the jury will be instructed that the fact that you did not testify could not be used as any evidence of that you were guilty of any crimes. The decision whether you wish to testify or not to testify is your decision. It's not the decision of your attorney. I encourage you to consult with them. They've been in this game a long time and know what they're doing. But ultimately, the decision to testify or not to testify will be your decision. I'm not going to ask you what that decision is at this time, but at some point before the trial is over, assuming you're putting forth other witnesses, which I understand you are, but even then, when you've called any other witnesses, I want you to be prepared to tell the court whether you wish to testify or not to testify, okay? All right? All right. Court's going to be in recess until 1:30. If y'all think of anything else we need to cover before then, I'll be around so we can do that, so the jury be ready to go at 1:30.
wow. So what y'all think? How do y'all think that just went? How do y'all think that just went? Okay, because I must have missed the fact that I had to miss that he was like, I never did this before. Like I was hearing it, but I guess I wasn't like contextualizing it to understand what it was supporting. But Tim said he's gonna do something that he never did before. Telling him to come over here, come over here, come over here. And you do that search, baby. It definitely gave disingenuous, it gave deceit, it gave lure. So the whole kidnapping, I thought the kidnapping was based off of the Walmart duct tape, baby, but it ain't. Okay, state, come through because I missed that detail. I definitely missed that detail. No, I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna testify in his own defense, baby, because the way they was eating him up in that regular interview with the police, he ain't getting up there. Oh no, he ain't getting up there at all. He's not getting up there. He's not getting up there. But I also like. I wish they would have established like when Jay Lee and okay. Let me get a person. My people can see me. My people can see me. I look rough today, but it's okay because I'm twisting out. So I wish they would have established like when their relationship started because when or why did Jay Lee block him the first time? You know what I'm saying? Back to block like you had been blocking and unblocking him for a while. Like, I wish we could have seen, when they first encounter, when did they first have conversation, like how long they've been talking, because it just really seems like it's more to the story. It's more to the story than what we're getting. And I'm just like, Okay. I gotta make me some notes too for my recap video. I gotta make me some notes for my recap video. I'm out of paper down here. Oh, this light is so bright too. Let's see if I can get it a warmer color. Okay. Yikes. I got a new light, but I need to bring it down here. Help us out a bit. Okay. So let's get to the comments. Y'all, he did it. Okay, he most definitely did something to him. He did something to Jay Lee. We know he did something to Jay Lee because, baby, how he just ceased to exist after coming to see you. He was just way too comfortable. He was just way, in my opinion, he was far too comfortable doing the things that he was doing. He was moving and grooving around town. He out here changing shoes. You getting wheelbarrows and shovels. And I'm just like, what's really tea? What's really going on? And did y'all hear the thing of the issue about the indictment? Apparently they wanted the indictment. They didn't have a hearing. She emailed it, and now he arguing like we ain't supposed to be here. So you let this whole trial go on to be like we ain't supposed to be here. At this point, did nobody want to hear from the charter's witness about how good of a child he is? Baby, he was moving and grooving. But I will say that the investigators, they definitely dropped the ball on that forensic testing. They most definitely dropped the ball on that. We needed every bit of everything to get this in the bag, knowing that we ain't had nobody. We needed every bit of everything. He was the only one that didn't go to the police when they were looking for Jay Lee. Why? Do you now want people to know you were dealing with him? Did you now? I don't know. Joanna, why you didn't go? But here's my thing too, Joanna. He didn't go, but you steady looking up Oxford police. You steady looking up Ole Miss police. Like you steady checking on him. You going to his social media accounts. You looking for him in the daytime with a flashlight. Like you don't know where he at. Blew me. It smelled like you. If it looked like a duck, quack like a duck. It's the duck. No directive verdict for Tim. So is Tim lawyers going to put on the case? It definitely sounds like he's going to. It sounds like he's going to. He needs to tell the police where he buried Jay Lee and go ahead and take the charges, okay? He needs to go ahead and do it. He needs to go ahead. Okay? He guilty. He guilty. They say beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, we was back and forth on that kidnapping though. We was back and forth on that kidnapping. But what I want to hear, I want to say that was Jen Wynn who said we getting a little sample of closing arguments. I hope she didn't let everything out the bag. Now that you've gone through and you've restated your evidence and your directed verdict, kind of basically in the way of telling the story, the defense now has a little preview of what you could give during closing, and now they can kind of prepare for it. You know what I'm saying? So I hope she didn't give it all up. I hope my girl saved the clip. I hope she saved some ammo. Made him look even more guilty. Yes, I believe he was guilty, but now I got the info I missed. I believe they have proved capital M. So let's take a vote, y'all. Let me pull up the we got 192 people watching. So if you are not subscribed to my channel, make sure you subscribe to my channel. We trial watchers over here. So we're going to be watching all the trials. We'll see what other trial has started this week, and we'll probably catch up on that one. We got, I want to say that was that Lacey or Fancy, either Lacey or Fancy. They're going to find us another trial to watch, because we're going to watch another trial while we wait for some, more high profile trials to come about. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, make sure that you subscribe. All right. And if you are a loyal Taylor Umbridge, if you are a loyal Taylor Umbridge viewer, get a membership. Help your girl out. I'm trying to duplicate this tab, and it's just taking me forever. Get a membership. Help your girl out. Ooh. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the link. Okay, here we go. Everybody, I know her, she me a she was like, how do I get a little free to jury sticker? Let me show you how to get a free to jury sticker. If you want a free to jury sticker and you want to support the Taylor Umbridge channel, keep watching, because that's the number one. That's the number one thing. Okay, just watch the channel, subscribe. All right, get our subscribers up. And here we go, right here. Get a membership. Here's the link to get a membership. Get your membership. Okay. Right. She needs to go out with a bang. She absolutely got to go out with a bang, because our girl can argue. She gave the opening argument. So I wonder if she's going to give the closing, or if the other guy's going to give the closing. I'm curious. Such a weak luring, but maybe Jay Lee wanted that. Baby, he said he got up and went. He did his part. He needed the other end of the deal. What did Joanna? What did Thorpe tell Woody? This ain't a 68. I don't blow you and then you owe me one. Girl, he realized he effed up and couldn't stop searching and checking on his good thing. Okay, he knew he messed up. Yes, and we're respectful over here. Everybody have a good time. Our chat is everybody able to voice their opinions, everybody able to have conflicting opinions, and we just talk about it. Everybody is respectful over here. This is the grown and graceful chat, okay? Grown, graceful. I hope she didn't either, because that sounded a lot like a closing. I'm telling you, I hope she did not empty the clip. I just hope she didn't empty the clip. Taylor, what about the officer that unalived the black guy in Ohio that's about to be retired? We can definitely watch that one. I'm okay with watching that one too. But y'all know, I'm gonna tell y'all some of the ones that are definitely on the list is we're gonna watch Sean Steins down in Kentucky, the sheriff that unalived the judge in the chambers. we're most definitely watching that one. I need to see if they got a court date set. I do know that the indictment did go through, and so he was formally charged. So, I didn't see this. I'm gonna have to get them a response on that. But yes, well, we can look. I need some paper. I have no paper down here. Did I bring my books down here? Okay, I got my content book down here. I got a book just for content creation, y'all. So we gonna add it in here. We'll add it in here. Squirrel brain, yes. We watching the sheriff. We watching that. If he go to trial, we watching that because I heard that the town down there is real messy in Kentucky. I heard it's a whole lot going on down there in Kentucky that we're gonna need to keep our eyes on. We're gonna keep our eyes and ears on Kentucky because we most definitely watching that one. I'm also interested in Terrion Tate, or is it Terrion Johnston? I can't think of his last name, but he goes by the name of Mr. Prada on TikTok, and he was the one who is accused of unaliving the therapist at his house. Yeah, we're gonna watch that one too. Yeah, I know we got Melly on the list, but Melly don't come back around until September. So right now we just watching for motions for Melly. Yes, squirrel. Y'all see, yeah, see what I'm saying. No court date for Steins yet. Yes. Grown and graceful over here. Grown and graceful. Okay. And Fancy is looking for some other ones. Yeah, I think that one's gonna be. Yes, girl. Thank you. Okay, where you been at, Talisa? Talisa, I just seen your other comment. That is so funny. Okay, so we got some good ones. We got some good ones coming up. But that was the Ohio police officer trial. We got to see what else is out there. I wanted to watch the coroner, but he ended up taking a plea the second day of trial. So we missed him. So that's why I'm telling y'all, make sure you like the channel, make sure you subscribe, get you a membership. Come on back, because we gonna be here. We're gonna be here. And honestly, y'all, I'm applying to law school in Texas. I'm kind of nervous because I know if I get in, I gotta move. I gotta pack my life up and move to Texas. What was the outcome of the plea? The one I gotta look it up. Because I don't remember. I literally breezed it. So, but I want to say he got 15 to 20 years. I think it was he went on conspiracy to do something. He didn't necessarily. Yeah, he only took a plea on conspiracy for something. You in Texas, Sonya? Come down to Texas. It depends on what part of Texas in Houston. I'm finna apply to Texas Southern today. I'm actually gonna submit my application today for Texas Southern. Thurgood Marshall Law School. I'm excited. I told my dude, I'm like, I can't wait to quit my job. I sure can't. I've been working since I was 16. Like, I'm so ready. You mean tell me I can quit my job and go to school? Just go to school? Ah, come on. You ain't said nothing but a thing, baby. I'm ready to go. You in Houston too? Oh yeah, we're gonna have a ball. Shreveport, okay. Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's only 3 hours away. I just text my little friend group and told them, because all my friends live in Texas too. Well, I'm not gonna say all of them, but the majority of them live in Texas too. So I just text them in our group chat and told them that I'm getting ready to apply to. I'm hitting submit on my application today They all excited. One of my friends got engaged over the weekend. Or what's that, over the weekend? Yeah, over the weekend. So I'm ready. I'm ready, y'all. So if I get down in Houston, y'all, we're gonna have to link up, and not on a Sunday, because I can't have I don't be having fun like that. I don't be having fun like that at all. My sisters live in Houston, and I visit often, but I'm in Shreveport. I think I read that one. Tim should have took advice from the corner, because that 2-day killed his Talisa. He was out of there, wasn't he? He was out of there. And I was wondering, oh yes, we gotta do the Dolph case. We gotta see if he going to trial, because we don't even know if Gaston, what's his name? We don't even know if he going to trial or not. But if he do, we're gonna follow that one. Okay, you gotta give us the details on the Nicholas case. We need to do a Taylor Gang brunch meetup. Yes. Leave this Midwest weather. I hate it. I'm out of here in 2 years. I mean, I'm born and raised in St. Louis, so it's like I'm used to it. So it don't too much bother me. Like, I actually like seasons changing, because I like the different clothes. Like, we got so many clothes in this house. It's ridiculous. Like, my aunt has to come over and literally like go through and turn over everybody's clothes, or help turn over everybody's clothes, because that's a spring outfit, that's a winter outfit, that's a fall outfit. Like, I'm that person. So I love it. I love like the seasons, being able to experience each of the seasons. I will say our winters have been like they've been real jacked up. They've been giving fake winter for the last like 5 years, okay? But we got a little snow this year. We got some snow I want to say like 2 weekends ago, the weekend of Thanksgiving. We got some snow, and I let the kids because my house, my backyard has a hill on it, and so I let them ride the sled down the hill. They had a good time. But yeah,
Get ready to elevate your drive. Offenburg Mazda brings you top-notch cars and incredible deals.
How cold is it now? Let me see. Today it is the high is gonna be 42, the lowest 31. See, this week ain't bad. The highest temperature we're gonna get to this week is 50 degrees on Saturday, and tomorrow is gonna be the coldest. Well, today, well, actually, yeah, tomorrow will be the coldest at 37. You have to go get premium YouTube. Patricia, girl, I got to get some money to get it. I got to give me some money to get that mug, girl, so we can start with the commercials. But here's the thing. If you are monetized, they're going to show commercials. They're going to show commercials. They're going to show commercials. She said that's too cold. Yeah. It's cold, but it's cool though. Like, it ain't. I just, I have my trench coat on, my puffy trench coat all the way down to the floor with my boots. But yeah, y'all, those commercials are crazy. They are. And some people, like, they do it aggressively, depending on the creator. You can put aggressive commercials on your stuff in order to basically make more money off your content. So if you watching somebody videos and like every couple seconds they got a commercial, it's because they turned up the volume on how aggressive they want ads to show to generate money. Five Memphis police officers killed Tyrese. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna watch Tyrese. I had to cut out for a meeting towards the end of end of the judge's ruling on directed verdicts. Are they on lunch? Yes, we are on lunch until 1:30. We have another 3 minutes. I was just telling the group, Jasmine, that I'm getting ready to apply to school in Texas. They've already been found guilty in federal. Now it's the state's turn. That is crazy. What do you get with a membership? Right now, you get a cool little sticker. Well, you get to support me, first and foremost. You get a cool little sticker. There's an exclusive chat for the people who are in the memberships. And as the channel grows, our membership exclusives will expand as well. So yeah. It's just a little way to support me, Tiffany. That's all. And they aren't required at all. So please don't feel like you have to. I want to live in Dallas one day. What are your top 3 schools? My first choice is, honestly, my first choice was St. Louis University, but Washington University in St. Louis is ranked 16th. So I will say that that's like my first choice. SLU would be my second choice, and then Texas is gonna be my third choice. Come to Atlanta, baby. He already said. He said we not going to Georgia. He said we're not going to Georgia, and that I better not even apply because we're not going. So, so thank you, Kendra. We appreciate your membership. April 2. Okay, let me write that down. So Tyrese, thank you. So Tyrese is April, what was that, the 28th? 25? Okay. Okay. So I don't know one thing, I need a graduation invite. You know it, chat. On everything. I might even have somebody stream that joint, baby, because the people got to come along with me. And once I get in, I'm gonna show y'all like days in the life, and you're gonna be following me everywhere I go. So if you also don't find me on, if you're not following me on TikTok, make sure you follow me on TikTok, because I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna do my get ready with me. He doesn't like Georgia, baby. He said no Georgia. He said no Atlanta. Well, she said when my dad went to WashU. I know he went to WashU, but he was trying to go to a lot of other places before he ended up there. So I'm trying to follow his lead and broaden my horizon. I'm also gonna apply to schools in Florida too, y'all, because Florida is my other peak. She said, if I meet you in person before you graduate, I'm flying out for graduation. Well, come through. Girl, come through. Okay, we'll see you later. We'll see you in a minute, Talisa. Thank you, Chad. So it's so funny too, y'all, because I be talking to like other people who I met like online, like a couple people got my phone number. And it's so funny because it's like, it really don't, sometimes it don't matter. Like you can tell how genuine a person is, just period. And so it's just interesting how we feel like we've weeded out all of the weirdos. Like because honestly, watching the YSL trial, it was a lot of weirdos that popped up. I don't know if y'all know it or not, but there was a lot of weirdos that popped up during that trial. And somebody was telling me one day, like, that's crazy, like you befriending all these people, like you don't even know them. I'm like, I think that I've weeded out the creeps at this point. He was, but he loved it. Yeah, he did. I think he did too. If you notice, the prosecution said nothing about Jay Lee outing Tim. Yeah, we kind of moved past that. Not too much on Georgia. I'm here in Fulton. I'm and about to go to law school. Well, you need me to come. Well, when we graduate, we're gonna be sitting co-counsel anyway. I'm gonna be like, you wanna come down here and sit co-counsel with me? Cause yeah, I need some help. We're gonna start our own law firm, Brittany, when we get done. We're gonna be doing it all. Yes. For real, because it was some weirdos that popped up. You noticed, Tabby? It was some weird people that popped up. Like some weirdos. Like I had this one lady, I won't say her name, but I had this one lady DM me like, yeah, one of the jurors reached out to me and DM me and they want to do an interview with me and like you should whenever the trial is over, I'll let you interview them. I was like, girl, you are nobody. Like I didn't mean to say she was nobody, like, because everybody is somebody. I'm a firm believer in that. But girl, you don't create content. Like you were just a regular person out here in these streets. Like nobody knows who you are. So how in the hell is some juror reaching out to you telling you that they gonna do an interview? Like the girl was just crazy. And it was interesting because a lot of other people had like weird experiences with her too. But all that to say, like, it was just some weird people that popped up during the fire sale trial. It was okay. I think I'm just get on the law and crime. Get on the law and crime channel and see what's popping over there. It was not very. But child, the woman who rewatch something else. We can rewatch something else. I didn't watch Sarah Boone. Did y'all watch Sarah Boone? She was veering them chest. I want to call her a nobody because she is somebody. She's somebody's sister, mother, daughter, cousin, friend. She's somebody, but when it like no. Yes, she was back. Okay. Murdoch was good. Murdoch was good too. Okay, we're gonna find something to watch. That lady was a mess. What? I didn't watch it how I wanted. But here's the thing: if we rewatch Sarah, we gotta watch her from the pre-trial because I got to see these handwritten motions that she was writing. I got to see her motions. In the creator world, for real, she was like nobody. How many siblings do you have? Sure. So I've got I'm one of 3 children on my mom's side, and my dad I'm one of 7 on his side. So I have 8 brothers and sisters. Well, I just got a green light on Arizona, so might be able to apply there. Melly doesn't start until September 25, baby. I saw her, like, what's her name? I saw Sarah's, like, clothes and stuff. I was like, her statement at the end, I watched it. I was like, ooh. I never knew that if I hovered over this, I could see that 77 people are watching from YouTube. What's up, YouTube? And we got 100 people watching from X. So what's up, X fam? What's up, fam? Oh, this is the people that they want. They want it all. They want it all. So yeah, we're gonna have us a good time. I had Popeyes for lunch, but them kids, they want me to make they want me to make bourbon chicken and rice tonight. Like we ain't just had it like 3 weeks ago. But that's what they want, bourbon chicken and rice. So I'm be making that tonight for them.
When an emergency strikes, every second counts. Give to Doctors Without Borders today.
Hey, X, come over and join the chat. We lit. Make sure you guys are liking the live before you're getting too comfortable. Come to Atlanta. We are nice. Yeah. My baby big said we ain't going to Atlanta. So, I mean, here's the thing, y'all. I'm going for free. So I ain't too worried about it. All right. If he say no Atlanta, all right, cool. I ain't paying for it. So I guess we ain't going. 901 Memphis checking in. What's going on, Cam? Learn something new every day. Every day. Every single day. I made that Turkish pasta off of TikTok Sunday, and my kids surprisingly liked it. I be grabbing little stuff off TikTok too. Them kids, my kids, they real special. They real special. They special. You making Rasta pasta with jerk chicken? What y'all cooking? What y'all making for dinner tonight? It is Tuesday, so I was like, let's eat tacos and stuff today, and then we could do the other stuff on I can do the chicken on Wednesday. They like, no, we want it today. So steak, shrimp, mashed potatoes, and corn. I made steak bites last week. I really just take 2 sirloins, stir them on both sides, and then chop them joints up. Them kids really think they be eating something. My boys get TikTok recipes and surprise their girlfriends with dinner. That's nice. At least they got men that can cook. A man that can cook. I'm gonna have to see. Hershey, send me the video on YouTube on TikTok that you use. Mm-hmm. My stepdaughter, 12. She lived here with us. My other daughter, she Samaj is 10. She 10. My son 5, and my baby is 1. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I made some beef stew last week. It was the best thing. It was the best thing smoking. Okay, it was so good. As usual, the kids ate up all the cornbread. But I when I say I was dogging it every day, I was dogging it every day. Loved it. We had my son. He eats like he don't eat a whole variety of things. But baby, when it comes to cornbread, when I make cornbread muffins, he eat them like they straight muffins. Like he loved the cornbread, so he ate up all the bread. Girl, I don't understand. What I don't understand is how every 5 years a kid pops up. Okay, my 10-year-old, she about to be 11 in February, but my 10-year-old, and then 5-year-old, and then 1. Like, come on, I gotta do better. Got to do better. I be having my son. Okay, yeah, I be having to lie to my son because he automatically think it's gonna be nasty if I get it off the internet. I love leftovers. Okay, the kids don't know nothing about them. They don't know nothing about it. They be like, when you gonna eat? When you gonna cook something? When y'all finish eating what's in the refrigerator? Well, we not eating it. All right. Well, when I get done eating it, I make something else. My kids will go eat a Hot Pocket, some ramen noodles, and corn dogs before they eat some certain leftovers. I made Alfredo on Sunday because I wasn't feeling it. I needed to do something quick. I made Alfredo on Sunday. So they ate that yesterday. They ate it Sunday and they ate it yesterday. They gonna eat it today. But something like that, they'll eat over. But like other stuff, they don't. They act like they allergic to leftovers. I'd be like, all right, go eat you some pizza rolls. Yes, them kids look. My son love those muffins. My kids love Hot Pockets. I can't stand them. I can't stand them either, Raven. I can't stand them either. But my son, he don't eat Hot Pockets. So I literally buy him like the red burn pieces, like the personal red burn pieces. Do y'all know what them are? Let me see. I'm gonna put the name in here because I know when y'all see it, y'all gonna be like, that's not what you're saying. But yeah. Red burn pizza. They make like little personal size pieces. I buy them for my son and baby throw them in the air fryer for about 8-10 minutes. My son eat them. He'll eat pizza all day. I can't stand no Hot Pocket. Get that. It don't even. Here's the thing. When I did like Hot Pockets, they taste nothing like they used to taste. That's a whole different thing with the same name. I don't even know what that is. Okay. They catfishing on the Hot Pockets. So I don't eat them at all. Yeah, you gotta make that, Shayna. You gotta feed them. You gotta feed the people. You gotta feed the people. I wish my kids like Hot Pockets. They want filet mignon and sushi. Child, my boys love anything with sauce. See, and here's the thing: like my kids, they like sauce stuff too, but I got a picky one who don't like white sauce. It don't matter what it is, mayonnaise, ranch. Like one of them just don't like white sauce. So I done had to convince her that it ain't really a white sauce. It's cheese. It's cheese sauce. So now she didn't. That's how I got her eating Alfredo. Let's just say that. Like it's not a white sauce. It's a cheese sauce. Just the cheese is white. They don't taste the same at Kim. They catfishing on the Hot Pockets. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I love Hot Pockets. Pizza is gross. My kids better get a job on the sushi. My kids don't eat it. They don't eat it. Well, my daughter, she don't eat rice. So today when I make the chicken with the rice, she won't eat it. She's just gonna eat chicken. I told my grandson Sloppy Joe's was Krabby Patties. That is hilarious. That's how I have to do my brothers with white sauces. Okay, Sonya, one of them people. I do not do white sauce. When I say she sounds just like my daughter, she don't want no ranch, no sour cream, no mayo. She don't want none of that. If it's white, get it away from her. That is so funny. It's a real thing. It's a real thing out here. It's a real thing. Okay, yeah, I guess we're gonna take us a quick little break. It's 1:11. It's 1:11 right now. We're gonna take us a real quick break and we'll be back at 1:30 when court resumes. So I will see y'all in a little bit. I'm going to finish up this application while we here. Oh, I got time. Alrighty.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
right, hope everyone had a good month, and had no problem with the court constructions. This time the state has rested, you've heard the testimony from the state, and now the defense will have an opportunity to call witnesses, in this case, the chief anyway. My daughter yesterday told me, so I look like Nick Saban up here, my Coca-Cola can up here, my product endorsement, so I'm swapping Taylor Grocery today. You may, who would you call as defense's first witnesses? Walter? All right.
And I would just like to state for the record that this name was not revealed during voir dire.
All right, that'll be noted for the record. We'll see if it becomes relevant.
She was provided in discovery, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, have a seat in the witness chair, please, ma'am.
Wait till we get the mic going, Judge.
Yes, that's right. We can take them off earlier. There's somebody-
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I've got D-108 to introduce some evidence. Not gonna be used this witness, but I don't think the state has.
Go ahead, Mark, deal 108. I think I heard wrong. Your name's not Walter, is it? Laura. I told him I left my hearing aid at home today.
I could have done that.
We're gonna give you a bonus, Mr. Clerk. I mean, you're fixing their windows for us and then. I believe it's working. You may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record if you would.
Laura Reed
Ms. Reed, where do you live?
in Grenada,
What's your address?
160 Shadowwood Cove.
I want to direct your attention to on or about the July 7th, 2022. Did you have an occasion to have a conversation with Timmy Harrington pertaining to a move that would occur for you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you recall the substance of that conversation you had with Mr. Harrington?
I texted him. He had moved some furniture for me before, and I texted to see if he was available to move some furniture from Batesville to Grenada and some other furniture from Grenada to Batesville, so a round trip.
It's a round trip. Do you know what your plan was as far as making that particular move? Had you solidified your plans on the 7th of July?
Yes, I texted him that Thursday, the 7th, and asked if he was available. I think he first offered maybe a later date. I asked for an earlier date. He said Monday, the 11th, and I said that was great.
And did you understand that? Did you have any other conversations with Timmy about the move after the 7th, either by phone or by text?
Yes, so we texted on Thursday, the 7th. On Sunday, which would have been the 10th, I confirmed with him and asked if he wanted to start in Grenada or Batesville, since we would, be going both places. He said Grenada and Monday morning at 8:30.
Okay. And at the time you had that conversation, that was the first time y'all had solidified basically when you would do that move. When did y'all finalize the move when you knew for sure when he was going to do that move?
I mean, I guess I thought it was for sure on Thursday, but we actually confirmed it on Sunday.
All right. Give the court the benefit of what transpired as far as that move. Who showed up? Was he by himself? What vehicle he was in? on that particular day?
Timmy showed up. He had his cousin Jordan with him. He had like a white moving truck. Was that, what else did you ask? They came about 8:30, I think,
Where did they, when you said they came by 8:30, where did you meet with them?
at my house in Grenada.
Okay, where did you go when you left? After y'all met in Grenada, where did y'all go?
I went in my car. He and Jordan were in the truck, and we went to Batesville, and we made a stop at a storage unit, got a rocking chair, a few things there. We went to my in-laws' house in Batesville. In Grenada, we took the bed apart from my house, put it on the truck, went to Batesville, took her bed apart, swapped them out, and then came back.
Okay, when you say you took the bed apart, did you do that or did Timmy and Jordan do that?
Timmy and Jordan did it.
And they took it apart, did they pack it, put it together? Package it up? What happened pertaining to that?
Both of the beds had a lot of parts. And so I think I recall Timmy put the screws in smaller pieces in like a Ziploc bag and taped it to the rails for the bed at my house. And then the same thing for the bed at my in-laws' house.
You know exactly what type of tape he used to tape those items?
I don't.
Did you at any time help him pack anything or do anything? He just moved everything. Basically, that was his job. Is that right?
I think he did it all.
It was him and Jordan together, right? He and Jordan.
Correct.
After you did that packing on that day, and what happened then when y'all at Grenada? Y'all went from Grenada to Batesville, right?
Went from Grenada to Batesville, put the Grenada stuff in the Batesville house, got the Batesville stuff, brought it to Grenada, and then he set the bed up in my Grenada house.
Okay. What items did you pack in Batesville, out of the Batesville location to bring back to Grenada?
It was one of those beds, where like the one side will raise and the other, and that has the cords and all that. We took that. We took, a rocking chair, several other items, but I can't recall exactly what they were.
How many times have you used Timmy to help you move items?
He has moved stuff for me twice, and then another time he came to an apartment where some furniture had been delivered and he moved it up the stairs.
What location was that?
That was my son's apartment in Oxford.
And do you remember about when that time frame was?
I want to say that was February.
February of the same year, 2022?
All of the moves were in 2022.
And same procedure took place where basically Timmy did everything, taking the beds down, moving boxes, stuff like that. He did all that. You basically stayed out of the way, fair statement.
Well, there was one time we were trying to move a couch up the stairs or down the stairs, something, and I think I helped, but yeah, Timmy handles it all.
Now, as far as you live in close proximity to the Harringtons, correct?
We live on the same street, probably 3 houses apart, but across the street.
How long have y'all lived across from each other or down the street from each other?
15 years, I think.
Now, Ms. Reed, have you ever seen activity in the front yard of the Harringtons, as far as yard work, or equipment out there, things of that nature, loading stuff? I'll rephrase your question. Give the court and the jury the benefit of your observations as to activity in the front yard that you've seen pertaining to Timmy Harrington, work related.
My house is past their house, so anytime I go home, I drive past their house, and their family has, I think, what appears to be a yard maintenance business. There will be trailers with stuff. They have a charter bus business, so there's sometimes stuff with that. Their church, I know they have a big music thing that they do with their church. So there's often trucks and equipment and lawn stuff.
The box truck that Timmy used on the
Hardee's candied bacon, glistening with caramelized brown sugar, adds a festive twist to made.
Seen it on occasions at the Harrington residence.
Yes.
How would you classify that, regular or otherwise, on a regular basis?
I mean, I haven't committed it to memory, but I would say it wouldn't be unusual.
To see it there?
Right.
Would it normally be parked? Where would it normally be parked?
I guess it would depend on how many cars were in the.
Have you seen it parked in any location in front of the house?
Yes.
Portland does.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Just so I'm clear, the move that you're referring to, you set it up with him on the with Timothy Harrington on the 7th?
Yes.
Of 2022, okay. And then the actual move took place on July 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of what Timothy Harrington was doing on July 8th, 2022?
No.
Do you have any knowledge regarding Jay Lee or anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of if, you said you lived by them for 15 years, correct?
Approximately.
Okay, and in those 15 years, have you seen their children and interacted with the Harringtons and their kids often?
Yes.
Are you aware if Timothy Harrington ever had any boyfriends?
I'm not aware of any.
Are you aware if Timothy Harrington is gay?
I'm not aware.
No further questions.
All right, next will be fine excused. Thank you for being here, Ms. Reed. You're free to go. You're welcome to go, whatever you like. All right, everybody good on the jury? If so, who you call as next witness?
Judge, the next call, Mr. Quentin Love.
Quentin Love?
Quentin Love.
Somebody show Quentin Love. There.
Thank you, Judge. Will you please state your name for the record?
Jeremiah Love.
And Jeremiah, is that your full name?
Quentin Jeremiah Love, my full name.
And you prefer to go by Jeremiah?
Yes, sir.
Is that all right if I call you Jeremiah here today?
Yes, sir.
So, Jeremiah, would you please, without giving your address, tell the court where you live?
Grenada, Mississippi.
And Jeremiah, how long have you known Timmy Harrington?
All my life.
And from what basis have you known him your entire life?
Since we grew up together.
Do y'all have any relationship together? Are y'all related?
Yes.
And what is your familial connection? What is the family relationship?
My grandmother and his grandmother are sisters.
I'm sorry?
My grandmother and his grandmother are sisters.
Okay. So, Mr. Love, during your time knowing Mr. Harrington, have you ever been involved in his moving company?
Yes.
What did you do in connection with his moving company?
Basically helping move all big stuff, basically all that, move all big stuff.
Okay, so you would assist him in some of the moves that he did with his moving company?
Yes.
How would, did he have a business partner in that moving company?
No.
He didn't have anybody else that was involved in his moving company?
No.
Okay. So how would he contact you and let you know that he needed help on a move?
You know, call, either you call or you text me.
Okay, and what would the gist of that conversation be?
He'll normally ask me if I'm busy, don't want to help him move stuff. I'm like, I help my mom.
Okay. Did he call you every single time he had a move, or just when he needed extra help?
Just when he needed extra help.
And primarily, what areas would he call and ask for you to assist him?
Basically, in Grenada.
Did you ever assist in moves anywhere else, or just in the Grenada area?
I helped him one time in Oxford and from Jackson to Texas.
Okay. So one time in Oxford, you said once from Jackson to Texas. Beyond that, the majority of the time that you assisted was in Grenada?
Yes.
Did Timmy ever contact you requesting help or assistance in doing any other types of work aside from moving business work?
Yes. He Grenada got rental property. I always help him cut around, cut grass and stuff.
Can you speak a little bit slower and try to just enunciate a little bit?
Oh, my bad.
So what other work would Mr. Harrington request your assistance in?
With Grenada have rental properties, so I always help him cut grass.
Grenada had rental properties?
Yes.
Do you know in general where some of those properties were located in Grenada?
Yes.
And so where would that be?
Basically in town. You got some on Pecan, Carpenter Road. Basically got houses like everywhere in town.
Does he have some houses in town?
Yes.
Does he have some houses north of town?
Yes.
Does he have some houses south of town?
Yes.
So, Mr. Love, what types of work would y'all be involved in doing in relationship to these rental properties?
Cutting grass or picking up trash.
Was there any other general maintenance that was done in these properties?
Cleaning out the rental house too.
And were you around when Mr. Harrington would be told to do this work, or was this communication he would have had with Mr. Harrington beforehand?
Communication.
When you guys would be involved in doing some of the moving business, what vehicle did you normally use to do the moves?
His box truck.
Is that a white box truck?
Yes.
Did you ever use any other vehicles in relation to the moves, or was it just the box truck?
We use some of his granddad got handicap vans, so we use some of the handicap vans.
Would that be for smaller moves, or was that?
Yes, small moves.
So anytime you had a large move, you needed to use the box truck?
Yes, sir.
Did it ever come to your attention that Mr. Harrington would use the box truck for other reasons aside from just using it during moves?
Yes.
And what types of things was he using the box truck for aside from moves?
Yeah, like little dirt rides in there. So we always have a broom on the back of the box truck, and we always sweep it off before we have to do our next move.
Okay. Could you repeat just the first part of that?
I said, he always had like little dirt rides in there. So we all have a broom on the back of the box truck. We always sweep it off before we all make our next move to do movement.
Okay. You said that there would be dirt in the back of the box truck, and you'd have to use a broom to sweep it out?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you when you would have to clean out dirt or debris from the back of the box truck?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I asked the question, when he would use the box truck, would he use the box truck for other things?
Oh, yeah.
Your response was that sometimes there would be dirt in there and we would have to use the broom to sweep it out. What did the presence of the dirt in that box truck that you had to sweep out, what did that mean to you?
They did other stuff beside, moving around.
Would you see Mr. Harrington driving the box truck?
Yes.
Would you see him driving the box truck at times when he was not engaged in a move?
No.
So you never saw Mr. Harrington drive the box truck to any other locations?
No, sir.
When was the last time that you remember driving the box truck?
The last time we were moving was moving my sister back home from Memphis, Tennessee, back to Grenada.
And when was that in relation to the time that Mr. Harrington got arrested?
I think this was before he got arrested. I'm not really sure what the date was.
Mr. Love, have we previously discussed aspects of your testimony at my office?
Yes.
When we were at my office, I showed you a photograph of a wheelbarrow at that time. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Describe, as soon as I showed you that photo, what did you recognize that photo to be?
The wheelbarrow.
And where did you recognize that wheelbarrow from?
In his daddy's garage.
You're saying when I showed you the photo, you recognized that wheelbarrow as being the same wheelbarrow that came out. You recognize that photo immediately?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you just said, but where was the wheelbarrow that you knew of to be located?
When you give nothing bundt cakes, you're giving someone more than.
Was depicted in that photo.
Yes, sir.
Is this the wheelbarrow that you remember being in Mr. Harrington's garage?
Yes, sir.
Is this wheelbarrow in essentially and materially the same state and condition as you remember it previously?
Yes, Your Honor, no foundation to when you last saw it, how you last saw it.
I think he's testified sufficiently for that question. You may ask the question.
Mr. Love, is this wheelbarrow in materially and substantially the same state and condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Attend to the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Love.
No.
When did you start working with Timothy Harrington at the moving business?
During COVID.
So, like 2020, like when COVID first started?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2022, were you working for him or with him? Did he hire you or were you working together? Or was he hired you to pay him?
Working together.
Sorry. So you were like a hired employee sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in 2022, you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In July 2022, were you working with him?
July
Yes.
22?
Mm-hmm.
No, not in July 22.
Okay, so in July 2022, did you ever see him doing moves with the box truck?
No, ma'am.
And you also stated on direct just now that you only ever saw him using the box truck when he was doing moves, right?
In Grenada.
Yes. So you only ever saw, that's in Grenada when you saw him doing moves in the box truck, he was doing moves. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am. Grenada, copy with them.
Okay. You said that you've known Timothy your whole life,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Y'all grew up together?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that y'all were close?
Very close. We're like brothers.
Okay. So in your time knowing Timothy, do you have girlfriends?
No. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he have boyfriends?
No.
Did you know that he liked men?
No.
Did he ever tell you he liked men?
No. I don't judge.
Yeah. I understand you don't judge, but did he ever tell you that he liked men?
No, ma'am.
And I believe you said that you've seen that wheelbarrow before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was in the garage of
They
Mr. Harrington's house?
you know,
And have you ever seen Timothy using the wheelbarrow?
we both have.
Okay, so when you used it, it looks like it's clean now, there's no dirt in it. Was there dirt in it when you used it?
When we always use it,
Yeah,
yes,
okay. So dump the dirt out, rinse it off, and put it back, right?
and half time be with like excess grass too. Excess grass. Excess grass, like
Excess
dead
grass,
grass.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
okay, and you would rinse that off and put it back
You know,
to keep it in a nice condition, right?
yes.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Love, you would only, would Timmy call you every time he needed help?
Yes, sir.
So were there moves that Mr. Harrington did when he didn't call you?
No. Even Grenada wise, no.
I'm saying, you were not a partner of this business, were you?
No, sir.
Okay. So, is it your testimony that, you assisted on every single move he did in Grenada?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said that sometimes there would be dirt or debris in the back of the box truck that you'd have to sweep out. During the course of your moves, was it common to track a bunch of mud and debris in the car during in the back of the box truck during the course of a move?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Love. No further questions.
All right, may this witness be found excused? This witness be, you're welcome, you're free to stay, or you're welcome to go, whichever one you like. Thank you for being here. I need to take up another matter not related to this, just for 1 minute anyway, okay? Come on back.
All right, now, so that was his cousin that they just put up there. And his business partner was the other guy that we saw the other day who had the altercation with the police. He was kind of shook up when they came and took the truck from him because he was the one who was actually driving it. So I believe that he was presented to talk about or to give an alternate theory for the dirt on the shoes or why he may have had dirt on him, things of that nature, because we got to the state presented or put in before the jury, you know, he changed clothes, he changed shoes, he dusted his shoes off. So he's trying to give some alternative answers to what the state presented through other witnesses. I really think that his first witness, it didn't go the way that he wanted it to go, because when he started asking her questions about the duct tape, about the tape, I was thinking he was hoping that she would be like, yeah, he uses duct tape. It was great tape or something, but she didn't really see. She said, look, I'm here because I got to be here, not because I want to be here. And maybe I'm going to give you as little as I possibly can or have to, so I can get off this stand. I've heard through several people that their family is well known throughout the community. And we've heard 2 of the neighbors have to testify. I wonder, and this is all speculation, I wonder if they have any fear. I wonder if they are worried in any way, just because of the way that both of them testified. The other neighbor, he was very resistant. He kind of didn't really want to talk about anything either, but he did testify because he had the Ring doorbell camera that caught Timothy loading the stuff inside of the box truck and taking it out. So very interesting. And again, I'm still kind of waiting to see how this plays out for the defense, because again, it doesn't seem like they are actually putting on right now, it just seems like they're giving an alternative theories. They don't have a set theory. They don't have a set story that they're sticking to, which I think is a smart move because it's a very slippery slope. Any way they wiggle, it could be a little treacherous. So And it's just my thoughts. Yes, Shayna. One of the neighbors worked for the mom. The neighbor with the doorbell camera right across the street. He worked for him. He worked for the mom. Yeah, and it was 14 days later. Like it took them 2 weeks to figure out that he was a suspect and for them to do all the collecting. Now, if he did all that stuff, if he did all that covering up, I think he made, hey, he had enough time. I'm just gonna say that. He definitely had enough time. Mm. Yeah, I agree with that. Ooh. Yeah, more than enough
As
time.
y'all know, sometimes the world keeps spinning whether we hear or not anyways. That takes care of some other matters. Who would defense call us next witness?
Sheldon Harrington.
Sheldon Harrington.
Oh my God. Is that the daddy? Or the defendant? Oh Lord, it's his daddy.
May I proceed, John?
You may proceed.
State your name for the record, if you would.
Sheldon Timothy Harrington Sr.
And what is your relationship, if any, to the defendant, Timothy Harrington?
Tim is my son.
Are you married?
I'm married.
What's your wife's name?
Tina Harrington.
You have any children other than Timmy?
Yes,
How many?
I have 4 other children.
What are their names?
Name is Kayla Harrington.
How old is she?
Kayla is 22. She'll be graduating this coming Friday.
Here at Ole Miss?
Nah,
Wait,
Delta State.
Delta State. You have any other children?
I do.
All right, tell us who they are.
I have Jeremy Purnell. I also have Ebony and Dominique Brown.
And what are their ages?
Dominique is 32. Ebony is 30. And Jeremy is 25.
How old is Timmy right now?
Timmy, man, going in 2000, so 24.
And on July the 8th of 2022, Timmy living in Oxford at that time?
I had bought it like in the nighttime, so I did it before I went to bed.
And how long had he been living in that apartment, that particular apartment?
That particular apartment, at least, I would say a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Timmy recently, had he graduated recently?
He had recently graduated.
And you know what he got his degree in?
He got his degree in finance.
And during the course of his high school years, college years, did he maintain any type of employment, keep himself busy in any way, shape, form, or fashion other than schooling?
Yes.
And describe to the jury what that was.
Timmy would go and do work with myself and his grandfather. He would also do going around and helping people move and do different things such as that.
You stated that he did things for you and your grandfather. Would that be your father?
That would be my father.
What is his name?
James Timothy Harrington.
And you were employed at this time?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with Brentwood Behavioral Health Care of Mississippi, out of Jackson.
You got the link towards the microphone.
Brentwood Behavioral Health Care of Mississippi, out of Jackson, Flowood.
And what do you do there?
I'm a counselor.
And as far as you stated that Timmy worked for you and your father, in what capacity? Describe to the jury what type of work he did for both of y'all.
We have rental houses. My father has sets of rental houses, and I also have sets of rental houses.
How many rental houses, if you know, I don't ask you to know exactly how many your father may have, but you have a pretty good idea how many he's got?
Dad has over 50 houses.
And how many do you have?
6.
Have you recently purchased any from him or made any purchases on any of his houses?
I've made a purchase on 2 of Dad's houses.
And you know, if you do, you tell the jury when those purchases occurred?
Those purchases occurred about 2 years ago on those 2.
Those rental houses, are they in the Grenada area?
They are.
Would you describe those 2 houses in relationship to your other houses in the Grenada area?
Okay. In the Grenada area, my houses that I purchased from him is downtown, going through closer to the courthouse. And the other house that I purchased for him is going to be going towards the school, grade school.
Now, you testified just a few moments ago that Timmy would do things for you and your father in rental property. What type of work did he do? What year did he start doing that? How old was he when he started doing that?
Well, Timmy started doing work probably at 8 years old, as much as he could, go and follow us to do housing work. And that consisted of maybe cleaning, manual labor work, mostly fixing certain things around the rental property. We would be on top of roofs. We would be in the kitchens, fixing sinks, different other things such as that, but mostly manual labor kind of things.
That include, you said at 8 years old, he wasn't getting on the roof at 8 though, was he?
Well, if he needed to.
So over the course of the years, from the time that he was 8 up until July 22, did he maintain those responsibilities with your father and yourself?
He did.
Was it a situation where he was under constant supervision or what? July the 8th of 2022, Timmy's responsibilities with y'all, was it something that y'all had to constantly supervise him? A situation where that he basically did his own thing?
Same objection. I'll let you answer. Go ahead.
We didn't have to supervise Timmy at all. Basically, if there was something that needed to be done, he would go ahead and do it.
Would you inform him, or your father inform him, that if something needed to be done in a house, he'd go do it, didn't have to have supervision doing that task?
That's correct.
Now, included in those responsibilities, did Timmy have responsibilities at the church?
Yes.
And what's the name of the church that your father was part of in Grenada?
Abundant Life Assembly.
Abundant Life. And where is it located in Grenada?
It's located 88 Cathy Drive. It's right there in the town of Grenada, right off the interstate. It's In fact, it's maybe the first church that you get to coming into Grenada, coming from the post office.
And could you describe to the court and the jury what those responsibilities would have been there at the church as far as what Timmy would have to do? Did those responsibilities also start early in life?
It did. By me being a musician, Timmy was also a musician. He even taught classes at the church that he orchestrated himself. There were times when he also had to cut grass. We don't have a contractor to do that most of the time. I would get Tim and maybe several other young men, young boys rather, to cut the grass, to do certain lawn services and maintenance works around the church.
In addition to those responsibilities around the church and the rental houses, do you likewise do those things at y'all's home?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to July, round about the time of July 22nd, 2022. Do you recall the facts and circumstances that gave rise as far as you being notified that Timmy had been arrested?
Yes.
And did you at any point in time go or have an occasion to discuss the fact that you may need counsel?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Mr. Horan.
Okay. I don't go into the content of the conversation, but was there an occasion for us to meet at your residence anytime after Timmy's arrest?
No.
Did we ever meet at your residence at all after
Never.
Timmy's arrest?
Never.
Do we have conversations about your residence?
Conversation about the residence.
About your house?
Yes.
Okay. And did I give you any particular instructions of what to do as far as your residence and whether or not you need to cooperate with any authorities?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow those instructions?
Yes, I did.
All right. This wheelbarrow right here, and these shovels, here are these shovels that are in the wheelbarrow. Do you recognize them, Mr. Harrington?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you recognize them?
Those are mine.
Now, do you recall the date that a search warrant was executed on your residence?
I do.
You remember what that date was?
That date was, I believe, the 26th of July.
Okay. Had you done anything to alter the character of the shovels or the wheelbarrow or any contents of the house in any way, shape, form, or fashion prior to the time that they executed the search warrant?
No.
You followed my directions?
To the point.
And does it appear that these are materially in the same condition that they were at the time that they executed that search warrant?
Yes.
Were there any other items that were at your home that you've seen a video of that were still at your home now?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about them a bit. I showed you a video of the UPS, Timmy walking across parking lot, going to the ATM on the 8th at the bank in Grenada. You saw that today, right?
I did.
Did you recognize the boots that he had on in that video?
I did.
And where are those boots now?
They're still in the same location.
And you followed my instructions as to any physical evidence down at your house. They're still there where they were the day after they left.
Still there.
As far as you cleaning or doing anything to these items that are introduced into evidence, did you do that after we talked on the phone?
No.
Do you recall whether or not between July the 8th and the 22nd, whether or not you had used any of these items in the yard at all?
No.
I've turned to the witness.
Cross-examination,
Brief indulgence.
okay?
Good afternoon.
You So doing work, I think you said working on roofs.
Working on roofs, behind the house, in the house, just manual labor.
Okay. In that work, has he had occasion to dig holes for you?
Occasionally, yeah.
And on July 8th, 2022, I know that we were kind of moving around it. Are you aware of if your son was doing work that day?
No,
So do you know what he was doing that day?
no,
So you're just saying that that's what it wasn't uncommon for him to move around and do work?
no, it's not uncommon for him.
Okay. And you stated that he was, I think y'all's church is Abundant Life,
Correct,
and it's in Grenada.
correct.
Is that a very large church?
The building is, the membership's not,
Okay. And has Timothy been involved in that church since he was a child?
since birth.
Okay. And your church, has Timothy ever brought any girlfriends or anything in relationships to church with him?
Sure,
Has he ever brought any boyfriends or relationships to church with him?
no,
And were you aware that Timothy had an interest in men?
no.
Today, are you aware that he has an interest in men?
By the proceedings, yes.
And so back in 2022, were you aware that he had an interest in men?
Other than the reports that came out,
So after the reports came out is when you discovered that.
yes,
So he was not open with you about that.
no.
Is that something that your church approves of?
Not necessarily the church approves of. I think that with that, people have their own opinions about it.
Brief indulgence. Attended the witness.
Redirect.
Harrington, you were asked about church community there in Grenada. Y'all had, if you had members that had family members that come to your attention, they may have gay members of their family.
Sure,
You can answer the question.
sure,
Treated them any differently than any
no
other member?
differently.
And also, as far as Timmy, I assume you treated him like a father, like a son or a child, like you did all your other children.
Sure,
Had the same conversations with him about sexuality that you had with others, right?
same.
Judge him if he would have told you you accepted him still as your son, if he told him that he was bisexual, if he told you he was bisexual? You still accept him and love him like you did your other children?
Sure.
As far as Timmy's reputation in Grenada for peacefulness, is it good?
Oh, objection, Your Honor, that's outside the scope.
She opened it up.
I think that's scope.
far as Timmy's reputation, that she asked you about doing things, going to church and things like that, is he active in the community there in Grenada?
Very active.
Did he have gay friends? Do you know?
I'm not sure if he had gay friends. I'm not sure about that.
Witness him treating gay folks, gay people, or bisexual folks, or anybody? Ask about whether or not there was. Did you witness him at any time treat anybody that was part, that was gay or bisexual, or anything along those lines? You ever witness him treat those individuals any different?
No.
No further questions.
Let me, was D-108 ever referenced in any way? You had 108 marked, but it never had been referenced in any way, had it? Okay, yeah, okay, all right. Same ticket. May this witness be finally excused and may return to the courtroom? You can stay in the courtroom now if you want to, Mr. Harrington. All right.
Can I step out for just a second? You don't have to.
How long have we been out here anyway?
So they don't
What
have
time?
to.
Oh, you can step out for a second. Everybody good on the jury? Let me know if you're not.
James Harrington.
James Harrington, you say? All right, James Harrington, please. Come around, have a seat in the witness chair.
Now, Mr. John.
You may.
State your name if you would, please, sir.
James Timothy Harrington.
And what is your relationship, if any, to the defendant, Timothy Harrington?
Miss grandfather.
And where do you live, Mr. Harrington, right now?
15832 Highway 8 West, Grenada, Mississippi.
Is that in close proximity to any of your children? Do you live close to any of your children that live in Grenada?
Yes.
Which of those, who are those children? Who do you live close to?
Reginald, my youngest son, and my daughter Natalie.
What road do they live on?
Lincoln Road.
Lincoln Road. They live in houses next door to each other?
They do.
And if you were to leave your house and go to their house, go to Grenada, would you, if you were going to Grenada, would you have to pass their house?
I left my house
going to Grenada, would you pass Lincoln, the road that they live on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're closer to town than they are. Is that right?
I am.
Are you familiar with a place called Abundant Life Church? You familiar with that place?
Very familiar with it. I'm the pastor.
You're the pastor. How long have you been pastoring there?
42 years.
And you know where Sheldon and Tina Harrington live? You know their address? Is it on Broad Meadow?
Yes, it's Broadway.
I'll hand you what's been marked for identification. It's D-108. You recognize this? If you would tell the jury what that report should be.
121 Broadway Meadows Drive.
Does that appear to be the map for that location, subdivision?
It is.
It fairly and accurately depicts, it's a Google map, fairly and accurately depicts the area in which they live. Just answer, is that the area in which they live?
That is the area.
I move for introduction.
All right, you did it.
Mr. Harrington, do you go by, are you pastor, bishop, or preacher? What do they call you in town?
I answered all of them.
Actually, all of them. What do people normally reference?
Bishop.
Bishop? Yes. Now tell me, if you would, are you pretty close to all your children and grandchildren there in Grenada?
Very close. Very
Close to Timmy?
Very close.
And did he at any point in time in his young life begin working for you in any capacity or doing anything for you there in Grenada?
He's worked for me ever since he's been big enough to do anything.
And did you tell the court and the jury the responsibilities from the early age on up until July 8th, 2022, what Timmy would do for you and members of the family?
Yes. I do a lot of rental property, and one of the main things Timmy would do, well, he would work with us in repairing rental properties, but mainly cleaning up around them, picking up material, trash and whatever. But that was his main job, to pick up behind those that did the work.
Did you do other things on the rental houses? Like in the summertime, did he have other responsibilities as well as cleaning up, keeping the property clean and good repair?
Yeah, he would have assignments to do pretty much whatever came up. From time to time, I would have him working with contractors, maybe putting on a roof, tearing out sewer, picking up scrap metal and other debris, and just whatever came up.
Did you tell the court and the jury generally the locations of the property? I know you have a lot of units, locations of the property. Did you own property in Elliott, Mississippi during July of 2022?
Yes, I own one property in the Elliott at 212 Mississippi Avenue.
And did you own any property north of town?
Yes.
Remember how much property you owned north of town?
Yes, at one time I owned two properties out on Tardale Road, which is north of town. And I had another property south of town, south of Elliott in Duck Hill. All the other properties basically are in Grenada, city limits.
Whirlpool ranges come with all kinds of air cooking modes, like air broil.
How active was Timmy in the church as far as activities within the church family?
Well, Tim was very active in the church. In fact, he was the lead guitar player. He played for the choirs, and he even played for the services. So he was there every week, sometimes twice a week.
Now, you've identified the map as being the area of D08, being in the area subdivision out there at Glenmont, correct?
Right.
Now, if Timmy were to go to any of your property that was located south of Glenbrook, that he would have, the property in Elliott would be south of Glenbrook, correct?
That's correct.
Bishop, the location there where Tina and Sheldon lived. Did Timmy also live there during the time frame of July the 8th, 2022, come and go, to your knowledge?
He did.
Sustain the objection.
Are you familiar with the fact that Timmy came back and forth from Oxford to Grenada?
All the time.
Were there occasions when you saw him, did you ever see him in the box truck during that time frame?
I did.
Didn't see him.
That's not on that one.
You recall the time when Timmy got arrested in July of 2022, correct? And were you, at that time, was Timmy carrying on the same responsibilities as far as prior to his arrest that you described, as far as rental houses and the church and responsibilities at that time? Was he doing the same thing since he'd been doing time before that?
He was.
Did you at any time, was it a situation where you talked to Timmy on a regular basis about what he needed to do?
I did.
And did you have to give him details of stuff, or he basically do it on his own?
Most I would give him assignments to do. Sometimes I would give him 2 or 3 at the time, and he would do them on his time.
Told him what needed to be done, he did it on his time. That's all I have now.
Cross-examination?
So, if I understand correctly, if you needed anything done on your rental properties, you would let Tim know. If you needed anything done at the rental properties, you would let Tim know. You would communicate, it's your testimony with him. Is that correct?
You said when I didn't have anything done.
I'm sorry?
You said when I have anything done.
If you needed anything done at the rental properties, your testimony was that you would communicate with him what needed to be done. Correct?
You said when I have anything done. I have a lot of things to be done. Many times I had contractors to do work.
Yeah, you've got 50 rental properties.
Yes.
And sometimes the commode will go out, or sometimes you would need debris cleaned up if a renter moves out, things of that nature.
Timmy didn't do things like that. He's not a contractor.
Okay, he's on contract.
He's not a contractor.
He's not your, what do you mean by that?
He didn't do repair work by himself.
Oh, okay.
He's not a contractor. I said he would do picking up material, he would clean up. Sometimes he might work alongside a contractor.
Did you just tell the jury that if anything needed to be done by Timmy on the rental property, that you would communicate with him and let him know? I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to remind you of what you told the jury. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Now, during July of 2022, Timmy was living in Oxford, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have Timmy's telephone number?
Always had his telephone number.
And if he wasn't in Grenada, would it be your method of communicating to him what was needed to be done to use that number?
I didn't usually call him on a number and give him assignments. Usually when he was in Grenada, I would tell him the different things that I'd like to see him get done.
Now, July 22nd, 2022, Oxford Police Department takes Tim Harrington into custody. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember investigators approaching you for any information that may be relevant to that time period or relevant to the disappearance and death of Jay Lee?
Yes, I remember.
Do you remember not giving them any information whatsoever?
I do.
Okay. you remember being called, subpoenaed as a witness to the grand jury proceedings? Isn't it true that when you were called to provide testimony about the time period of July 8th to July 22nd involving the disappearance and death of Jay Lee, that you took the 5th? You took the 5th. You said, I'm not going to provide any information to that body. Is that correct?
I don't have any information to provide.
You didn't have any information, right? Because you don't have any personal knowledge of what Tim Harrington was doing on July 8th, 2022.
No.
And you don't have any personal information or personal knowledge about whether Tim Harrington provided truthful information to law enforcement on July 22nd, 2022.
Yeah.
Now, I represent to you that Quentin Jeremiah Love represented that his relationship with Tim Harrington.
I'm gonna let hear the question first anyway.
That he testified that his relationship with Tim Harrington was close, like brothers. Do you know that to be true?
Sure.
Okay. Now he has described that he has seen Tim Harrington with girlfriends.
I knew that.
He has testified that he has seen Tim Harrington with girlfriends in the past.
Say that again.
Mr. Love has testified to this jury that he has seen Tim Harrington with girlfriends in the past.
Girlfriends.
Girlfriends.
I still don't hear that word. I don't hear the best.
What do you not understand?
I said, I don't hear the best. I don't understand.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you ever known Tim Harrington to have girlfriends?
Yeah, what?
Have you ever known your grandson to have girlfriends?
I've seen him talk to girls, yes.
Okay. Have you ever known him to be interested in men?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Oh, yeah.
Bishop, did Tim act independently of y'all's conversations, keeping up with the affairs that you told him to do over the years? Did he have to have instructions?
Hang on a second.
He opened it up.
Hang on a second. What's the objection? Rephrase the question.
Did Tim act independently of you and his responsibilities that you gave him?
Ask him how he acted rather than.
How did he carry out his responsibilities? Did he need direction from you?
Ask and answer. Covered on direct and cross.
I'm gonna let him ask it.
Yes, he did care how this is, my instructions had been done. I would give him several instructions and he would do it on his time.
Whenever he got time to do it. Was it necessary for you to call him on a regular basis for him to carry out those responsibilities? Now, Bishop, did you really ever have any conversations with Timmy about his sexuality at all?
No.
Thank you.
With your support, we can respond rapidly to emergencies and make every second count.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, let me ask this, state gonna have any rebuttal? I'll give you the take back. I want y'all, I got some more business I gotta do. Don't go far, and I'll get some more class. Go to the jury room, just have, don't form or express any opinions. Don't talk about the case. That door closed? All right, it is now. Mr. Harrington, I'm gonna direct these comments to you again. If you'll recall at the break not long ago, I advised you that you had the right to testify in this case if you wanted to. If you do choose to testify, you'll be subject to cross-examination. If you choose not to testify, the jury will be instructed the fact that you chose not to testify could not be used as any evidence of that you were guilty of any crime. I asked you at that time to be consulting with your attorneys and for you to make a decision. It would be your personal decision. It would not be your attorney's decisions, but your decision about whether you wish to testify or not testify. Have you had an opportunity to consult with your attorneys about that issue? Have you reached a decision about the decision whether you wish to testify in this case or wish not to testify? What is that decision? Okay, and you've consulted with your attorneys in that regard. That your understanding, Mr. Horan, as well?
That's correct.
All right, all right. And at this time, the defense is rested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll ask the state, does the state have any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we've heard all the testimony. All right, if you wish to renew your motion at this time, you may do so.
Your Honor, in a position that move again for directed verdict or in the form of a peremptory instruction to instruct the jury to find the defendant not guilty.
All right. I don't think there's been any significant change in the testimony from the time the state rested and the time the defense rested. For the reason stated in the record, at the conclusion of the case states in chief, the court is going to overrule your motion for directed verdict. How long is it going to, who all has filed jury instructions or intended to file jury instructions?
We do, Your Honor. We're working on a couple. I'd like to have a.
I'm open to suggestions.
Before we waste a lot of time.
I'm open to suggestions on how to handle this jury. Do you think we're going to get these jury instructions together, what time it is, and get this case to the jury at a reasonable time or not?
I do not.
Your Honor, I have filed instructions. I have not received their instructions, but I do have to submit additional instructions. So I don't think that we will get into them.
Well, let me ask this. If we started right now, what time do you think we could have jury instructions together?
2 hours, probably.
2 hours? You think we could have it ready to go to the jury? If we worked under the assumption we could have this matter ready to go to the jury at 5 o'clock, I'm not saying, I'm just saying if we could work under that assumptions with the parties, the jury's not going home this afternoon anyway. They're either going to be sitting in the jury room or sitting at the hotel or deliberating. Do you think we could put it to the jury this afternoon or not?
I don't think so.
I believe it's been a week and a half. I don't know about Mr. Horan, but we would probably both like the time to prepare to do the presentation for closing arguments in the morning, finish the jury instructions today, if that's
All right, I'm gonna send the jury, you've rested in front of the jury. I'll let the state finally rest in front of the jury. I'll send the jury back and have them back at 8:30 in the morning, being prepared to move forward with closing, reading the jury instructions and closing. Art, y'all got anything else I need? Anything I'm missing? All right. We ain't leaving till we get jury instructions, whenever that is.
I agree with that, Your
All
Honor.
right. Show the jury back in. Okay, it may be, we got one missing. Now we got two missing, but it's gonna be good.
G, it has been a week. It's been a week. Yes, G, the jury is sequestered. Y'all know that, right? The jury is sequestered, aka they ain't been able to go home since the trial started, which is why we had court on Saturday. We didn't have court yesterday. We had court today, and now both sides have rested. They're getting ready to work on their jury instructions as well as prepare to do closing arguments tomorrow morning. So it sounds like he's about to bring them in, and they're gonna have to work on that, and then boom, that's the schedule. Baby, he is not playing. He like, y'all gonna get these people home. Yes, I can't believe we at the end. It was a week-long trial. Literally 7 days. They was in trial for this. They was in court for 7 days. 7 days, and it was a long week. It was a long week. 7 days. 7 of them. 7 days. Them days, y'all. Yep. How long do you think it'll take? It's gonna take a couple hours. It's gonna be a couple hours, G. It ain't gonna take long at all. Taylor, maybe we can check out the Beaten Girl murder trial, Georgia versus Owens. What day does it start, Marlon?
So let's that quick as Dana gets back, we'll bring them back in, okay?
We getting a verdict tomorrow. We're gonna be on verdict watch tomorrow. Now I gotta find us something to do. I gotta find us something to do while we on verdict watch. I sure do. I got to find us something to do. I'm out here. I'm just like, y'all, honestly, I'm just sitting here filling out apps, got law school apps and hitting send at this point. Paying $45, $100, $105. I'm just over here doing stuff. Somebody gonna accept me. Hell. Somebody gonna accept me.
All right, the defense having rested, the state having wish to call any rebuttal witnesses? All right, state has rested. That means you've heard all the testimony that you're going to hear in this case. I've got to sit and watch everybody else work. Now I got to do to start doing some work. I got to figure out what the law I'm going to instruct you is. When you hear that law, you're going to have to figure out then you can't come up with it. That's going to take a while. I've got to listen to these guys argue about what they think the law should be and what instructions I should be giving y'all, is what the law is. That's not going to happen in time today for y'all to make this decision. I'm going to excuse you for the evening. We'll be back at 8:30 in the morning, and as soon as we get back, we should start doing closing arguments. I'll read the jury instruction to you. Y'all have prepared closing arguments, and then y'all will finally begin the deliberations. Not yet. Remember court instructions. Don't discuss the case even amongst themselves. Don't express or form any opinions until you've heard the law and the arguments are kept and begin the deliberations. Don't investigate the case. Stay away from any news reports of this matter, okay? And we'll see you back at 8:30 in the morning, okay?
Hardee's warm, melty cinnamon raisin biscuits are back to sweeten your holiday.
All right. I think we've given you, or Brooke has probably delivered y'all court standard instructions. They're the same ones been used in this district forever. I'll make sure y'all get copies of that. If y'all would, if you haven't filed your instructions, let's go ahead and get them filed now. And we'll start. Do you wish to have an on the record the conversation first, or have it in chambers preliminary discussion of the jury instruction before we get back on the record?
No, I have a jury instruction that I've never presented to this court before, and I'd like to have discussion with the court about it before we waste a bunch of time, maybe get some stuff off the record.
I'm going to have to hear them all. I think y'all are ready to start.
I just wanted to get, we could have in conference.
Let's have a free conference or discussion on the jury instructions. Anyone that wants to, y'all welcome to stay, but it's finna get real boring real fast. I'm gonna be honest with you as far as what's been take place in this courtroom anyway. But let's have a pre-conference instruction.
I just want to say, we hadn't received any.
No, I was hoping we could.
From the defense.
Let's talk and then we'll go from there. See what's each side doing.
All right, so he's requested an in chambers conference, so we aren't privy to that. They're gonna have their little conversation and they'll come back and put the things on the record, whatever they want to put on the record, that is. So we just kind of sit here in the wings. We just kind of sitting here in the wings. All right, so somebody said that, yeah, I know Chat be talking about me, but baby, that man country. She said, I thought Taylor was country. No. That man right there was country. All right, I'm gonna see what's on. Let's see what other trials we got going on. They've got the day one going on of William Polo Edwards trial. Do y'all know anything about that one? that trial is going on. Let's see what else they got going on. So I do need y'all thoughts, feelings, and opinions on the United Healthcare assassination. So are you applying out of state tag? Yep, I am. Nah, you country too. Leave me alone. I'm not that country. Like I don't sound that country. I can't sound that country. But yeah, he got you beat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Beating girl is day one, I think. All right, where y'all watching it at? We can switch over to there while we wait for them to come back. Is it on Line Crime? Let's see what Line Crime got going on. What they got going on. Honestly, I think he may get manslaughter in my opinion. Ooh. You do realize the officer that arrested him at McDonald's was named Officer Fry, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Line Crime. It's on Line Crime. All right. Y'all might have to throw a link in here for me because I don't see it.
In the day and age of COVID and the flu and all those types of things, it's just much more prudent to have at least 2 alternates. So I'm not going to disclose who the alternates are, but I want to make sure that you guys understand that the alternate jurors take the same oath. They seated, attend all proceedings, hear everything, and are kept together with all the other jurors until actual deliberations begin. The purpose of an alternate is in case something happens to someone. If anyone becomes ill, is unable to attend, or is otherwise legally discharged from the duties as a juror, that's why we have alternates, just to make sure. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give you your trial jury oath. So if everyone will please raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Celeste Owens, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, count 3, felony murder, count 4, felony murder, count 5, cruelty to children in the first degree, count 6, aggravated battery, count 7, aggravated assault, count 8, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 9, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 10, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 11, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 12, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 13, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 14, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 15, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 16, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 17, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 18, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 19, count 19, concealing the death of another. And count 21, making a statement and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will. All right, you put your hands down. Is there anybody that does not? Let the record reflect no answer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the trial, I'm going to cover some basic principles of criminal law, and I will also explain to you my role, your role, the lawyer's roles. Finally, I'll tell you how the trial will proceed. Many of you haven't served on a jury before, so this should help you understand how the general process works, how a trial proceeds, and what is expected of you during the trial. You have been selected and sworn to try the criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Celeste Owens. The Gwinnett County Grand Jury has indicted the defendant for the crimes I just previously listed. The defendant has pled not guilty to this indictment, and she denies each and every charge in it. This indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or her not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty. The defendant begins this trial with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption stays with her until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. You may not convict the defendant of any crime unless each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. His timing is impeccable. Thank you, sir. The burden of proof is on the state to prove every essential element of the crimes charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove her innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based on common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which you can give a reason based on consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. After considering all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must find the defendant not guilty. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your minds about the defendant's guilt, then you may convict the defendant. If the state does not prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, your duty would be to find the defendant not guilty. My role is to determine the law that applies to this case. Then I will instruct you on the law that you may apply to the facts in reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now, and I will give you more detailed instructions at the end of the trial. The jury has a very important role. You must decide the facts of this case from the evidence presented, and then apply the law that I give you to those facts. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can either be testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. However, the questions that the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during the trial. The object of this trial is to discover the truth. During the trial, I will admit evidence according to the rules of evidence. Those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure you consider only the best and highest evidence. The lawyers are advocates for their clients, and they have a duty to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. They may make motions or objections if they believe that any rule is not being followed. What the lawyers say in making or responding to objections is not evidence. I will admit or exclude evidence according to the rules. If the lawyers make an objection and I overrule it, that means the evidence is admitted and you may consider it. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means the evidence is excluded from the trial and you may not consider it. You should consider only that testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you must disregard it in its entirety in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions and nothing I say during the trial are evidence. My decisions and remarks do not mean that I favor or lean to one side or another in this case. I am only interested in seeing that this case is tried fairly based on the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. Sometimes I may need to deal with the lawyer's motions or objections without you being here in the courtroom, so I will excuse you to the jury room. We will try to limit such interruptions, and we ask you to please be patient when that happens. The trial will proceed as follows. First, the attorneys may give what are called opening statements. No attorney is required to make an opening statement. Opening statements are not evidence. They are simply an introduction to the evidence, a preview or outline of the expected evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. Second, the evidence will be presented. Third, the attorneys may give closing arguments or summations. They may discuss the law that applies to the case and how you should consider the law in light of the evidence. They may also point out evidence they believe supports their position. What the lawyers say in closing arguments is not evidence. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Fourth, I will explain to you the specific law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to go to the jury room and to deliberate and reach your verdict. It is important that you pay close attention during this trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort that distracts you, please inform me or the bailiff, and we will do what is needed to make sure you can hear and see the evidence and give it your undivided attention. If you need a break at any time, please raise your hand or alert the bailiffs. Ladies and gentlemen, you should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial and the law that I will explain to you. You may not conduct any research on your own about this case or about people or any people or places mentioned during the trial. You may not visit any places mentioned in the evidence, and you may not refer to any books or documents that are not admitted during the trial. Also, you may not use dictionaries or any other reference materials. You may not use Google or otherwise search the internet, websites, or blogs, and you may not use any other electronic media to get information about this case. Nor should you use any of these sources to get information about legal terms or about the law. Finally, you may not read or listen to any accounts of this trial that may appear in the news media, whether online, in print, or on the radio. Remember that you are the ones who have been qualified as fair and impartial jurors deciding this case. No other influence should affect your decision. For that reason, you may not discuss this case with anyone, including family and friends, or let anyone discuss this case with you or around you, and this includes discussing or sharing information by email, texting, blogging, or any other form of social media, and that also means that you cannot discuss it with each other until actual deliberations begin. That is, until after you have heard all of the evidence, the lawyer's closing arguments, and the law that applies to this case. You must not discuss this case even amongst yourselves in the jury room, during breaks, or anywhere else. If at any point in time anyone hears anyone attempts to contact you, anyone approaches you, or any other thing that is in violation of the rules that I have just given you, you are to immediately notify one of the bailiffs. Does everybody understand that? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the bailiffs are going to give you notepads and pens. Hold on one second, Ms. Pat. You may take notes if you wish. If you take notes, please do not let your note-taking distract you from paying full attention to to the evidence and witnesses. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Please remember that notes are not evidence. They are only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Don't be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Ladies and gentlemen, you will leave your notes here during breaks, lunches, when you go home at night. What I always recommend is she's going to give you brand new little notepads. Write your name and juror number on the front of the notepad, and then start your notes on the second page. That way, when you guys take a break or go to lunch or anything else, you put that top page back over it. Nobody can see it. The bailiffs will make sure that nobody messes with them and that they are secured each day and during breaks. Your notes will be in the jury room except when you're in the courtroom, and they will be destroyed at the end of deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not get a transcript of witnesses' testimony, so you must remember in a way that works best for you and what they have said on the witness stand. Counsel, are you ready for opening?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
Very good.
Turn the other way. Okay, cool. Turn around, put your hands up. I said swallow the food first, then take another bite, because she dropped the mashed potatoes everywhere. And try to scoop it off the carpet with a spoon. Then I said stop. She stopped and finally trying to keep going after I said stop. So I slapped her stupid ass. Oh. Tomato busted in my mouth and almost got on my sister.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you just glimpsed, this 90 seconds, just 90 seconds of the light that 8-year-old Amari Cole, her 6-year-old sister Zaire, and their 5-year-old brother Jakari Cole lived in the care of this defendant. The state will expect the evidence to show you that the young child in the middle, who was slapped so hard that her head swung back, is 8-year-old Amari Hall. Her brother Jakari, who's 5, is laying on the ground in the video blindfolded with a sheet covering him as he is stomped and slapped by this defendant. And the evidence will show you that 5-year-old Zaire, who is sitting in the corner, sleeping, who is
Yeah, we're gonna find us something else to watch. Maybe because that one right there. It was who was William Polo? We need to look up William. Who was William Edward? Okay, let's look up William. William Polo. Who was he? Okay, here we go. Let's see. William Polo Edwards is charged with first-degree murder for the and for being a felon in possession of a firearm in a 2022 shooting at a home in Hannah Drive in Clinton that killed Robert Bobby Davis. The first trial ended in a hung jury and a mistrial in August of 2023. Edwards was a radio host. Davis was an activist and founder of the Better Men Society. Okay, they seem like a cool one we could watch. Yeah, we're gonna switch. Don't worry about it. We're gonna watch old Edward
as well.
We'll start over from the beginning. Oh shoot.
I guess awaken myself. So
17 years.
The pictures come on all the way around. I'm sorry. When you see these Jackson standing, you just remain steady for just a moment. Just who's waiting. No. All right, council, you may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Walker. Would you please state and fill your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Amanda Walker, AMANDAWALK.
And where are you currently employed?
Clinton Police Department.
How long have you been with the police department?
17 years.
And what is your role at the police department?
I'm a custodian of the record.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as custodian of record?
I'm responsible for maintaining and securing the recordings of all 911, audio recordings and other interactions.
And how does the Clinton Police Department go about recording those 911 calls?
We use a vendor who provides a recording device to facilitate the recording and storage on a server.
Are the calls recorded at the same time as they come in?
Yes, in real time.
And how are those calls stored?
On a server, we have a cloud server and a local server.
Did you search for and locate the 911 call involving this incident today?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I have a question have item one for identification?
You may.
I did. That question with Ms. Young.
You may.
Ms. Walker, I'm handing you what has been marked as exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the CD that the 911 call was downloaded to.
And is this the 911 call that you pulled?
Yes.
And was that call altered in any way when it was stored?
No.
And was it altered in any way when it was pulled?
No.
Your Honor, you offer exhibit 1 as evidence.
Any objection?
no objection.
Maybe so mark 1 minute.
Permission to close the jury, Your Honor.
May proceed.
911? Hello? What's going on? You said William Evans came and shot in your house? Oh, man, calm down for me, okay? I'm trying to feel good here for you more. William Evans shot in our house and shot somebody. Ma'am? AMR emergency, what's the emergency? AMR 216 county. Okay, so. Hello, ma'am. Get on the phone with me. Get on the phone and talk to me, ma'am. AMR. Hello? Okay, it's 216 Anna Drive. 216 Anna Drive, yes. Okay, I'll let you know what I'm saying. We are. Okay, ma'am. Okay, listen, ma'am, I'm trying to get some information, ma'am, listen, you said please find out where's the person that's not. Ma'am.
Ms. Walker, what time did that call come into the Clinton Police Department?
About 5:12 p.m.
And what was the service address for that call?
216 Hannah Drive, Clinton.
And that's located in Clinton, Mississippi?
Yes, it is.
Brief and diligent, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, sir. More, so I got you. Good. How long have you been down dispatch?
Since 2007.
2007. Okay. And it's safe to say that you've taken over 1,000 911 calls, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it safe to say that every call is different?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the calls involving shootings and auto accidents? Do they seem different?
I mean, yeah, they can be a little bit more high or a little bit more frantic than others, but that's just depends on the person.
So a shooting call, when you wouldn't get the same response from a shooting call that you would from an auto accident, right?
Response in what way?
Meaning, typical how the response
From the
is
caller
from the caller,
or?
correct?
That really depends on the person. That can vary a lot from person to person.
So let me ask you this then. Would it be safe to say that out of all the shooting calls you've taken, or calls involving shooting, is it normal that the 911 caller hangs up?
The 911 call.
That the caller hangs up?
That can happen many times. That's happened many times to me. Yes.
That the caller hangs, the person calling in hangs up?
Yes.
And this particular call in question was taken, you said about what time again?
5:12 p.m.
And can you tell me about how long it lasted?
I think it was about 2 minutes, give or take. I'm really not sure. I didn't look at the timestamp today.
No further question. Let me take the witness.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Next witness, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
State calls Wayne Derrick.
Wayne Derrick.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Judge, we can just remain standing for just a moment. She's gonna swear you in before you see this. Sir. You swear first. That's what you have to do.
Testing.
Make a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Wayne Derrick. I live in Clinton, Mississippi.
Where do you live in Clinton? Or where do you live?
I live at 213 Hannah Drive in Clinton.
How long have you lived in Clinton?
I built that house there in 1967.
Did you go to Mississippi College also in Clinton?
I did.
Long time ago.
It's been a while.
I want to take you back to May the 1st, 2022. Do you remember that day?
I don't know what I remember the date, but I remember the day.
You remember the incident that we're referring to?
Yes.
Do you remember what, if you remember, do you remember what day of the week it might have been?
Well, I think it was a Sunday.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to around 5:15 on Sunday. Do you remember that time and day?
I remember that I was, when I was first alerted to the event, I was in my computer room. I have a computer room that faces Hannah Drive. And I remember I was in there working on a project that I had started several days before.
All right, and is that, is the computer room, do you have windows in the computer room?
It had one window that faces Hannah Drive, yes.
All right, and do you know where 216 Hannah Drive is?
I do. It's across the street from where I live.
You said you were working on a project on your computer that afternoon. What's the first thing you know as it relates to this case?
Well, I heard gunshots. I don't know exactly how many, but I did three or four or five shots that were rapid. And I opened, I guess, awakened myself, so to speak, that as to what it was. And I went to ask my wife, did she hear gunshots? And she was watching TV or something, and she said she did not. But I went back in the computer room and I looked out the window and then went back and started working on what project again.
Okay. What happened next during this incident?
Well, I continued to work on my project, and it was several minutes later, or maybe longer than several minutes, but it was a while. And I heard traffic on our street, which was not uncommon, because we had the street that we had rocks on it, so you could hear someone coming. And Hannah Drive is a through street from Mount Salus Drive to Highway 80. So we have traffic on there, but I did hear a vehicle of some sort. I heard, and it sounded like it had pulled away from somewhere close by. So I turned my attention to the window again.
And what made you think to look out the window again when you heard it?
The sound of the vehicle.
Okay.
On the rocks and on the pavement, moving pretty. It was loud enough that I could hear it. I was pretty close to the street there. I was not far back from the street.
And did you see any vehicle when you heard the voice and looked, or heard the noise and looked? Did you see any cars or trucks?
Well, I didn't at first because I heard the noise and I got up and moved. It wasn't just a short distance from where I was seated to the window. And I looked out the window, and by that time I did see some sort of vehicle. It looked to be a pickup truck of some sort, and I saw it at
that time, it was already past the window, moving north on Hannah Drive.
Could you tell what kind of, what color it was?
I think it was black, yes.
All right. You said a pickup truck. Did you happen to see it long enough to know what kind of make and model it was?
No, I was not looking for that, and the truck was moving, not in a fast speed, but it was moving briskly up the street, so since I was looking straight out, the house got in the way as the truck moved on, and I was not able to, I couldn't identify what type of truck it was.
Could you see the wheels on the truck?
I could not.
Do you remember if you were able to see an occupant or occupants in the vehicle?
I did not.
And did you know at the time that those were gunshots that you heard, or did you find out later?
Well, I spent several years in the National Guard, and I had opportunities to fire pistols, 45, and I can pretty much identify sounds like that unless it's a small caliber. So I felt like it was a pistol shot, yes.
Did the police ever come to your street?
Well, after I looked outside again to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything in the yard at that time. I went and visited with my wife, and we talked about it a few seconds, and I said, well, I'm going to just kind of see what's on the other side of the street. So I went and peeked out through the window, and it was not too long after that. There was no noise or anything, no sirens or anything, but there were police cars at that particular location. And it was not long that I got a knock on the door, and I was asked would I give a statement as to what I saw and heard.
You gave a statement?
Yes.
And now you're here today?
Yes.
So I have just a moment, sir. No more questions, Your Honor.
Any problems?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Evans.
Good morning.
So in your previous testimony, you stated that you were in your computer room, correct?
Yes.
Seated at your computer.
Yes.
Now, does that computer monitor that you're staring at, is that, say like this is that window directly in front of it, or is it to the side?
It was to the side. I was facing the computer, so it was to the side.
So like this way?
Yes.
So you, sitting at your computer monitor, you have no direct view of that street or that window, correct? You have to physically turn to look.
Oh, yes, but you know, where my chair was, I could see somehow of it, but I had to turn to see fully, get a full view out of it, yes.
From that window, can you directly see, what house is directly across from you in that window view?
The house across the street is, I don't remember what number it is. I think it's like 214 possibly. That's directly across the street from my house. Yes.
Okay. So you were sitting at this computer monitor and you testified that you heard gunshots.
Yes.
Can you state with certainty that those were gunshots? Could it have been a backfire maybe?
Well, backfire is a little bit different, and firecracker is a little bit different. So I was pretty sure that when I heard it, it was gunshots.
So, from what I understand in your testimony, at that point you heard that, you then, asked your wife if she heard something?
Yes.
So was it a very loud noise then, or just
No, it was not a loud noise. It was somewhat muffled. It was far pretty good ways away. I assume that's what lessened the sound.
And So then, I guess your wife said she didn't know.
Yes.
So you sat back down to your computer, and you're working on your project.
Yes.
And then you stated that you heard vehicular traffic coming up and down the road, or coming down the road or up the road, with traffic on the road, correct?
Yes.
Is there a lot of traffic on that road? I believe you said it was a service road between.
It's a through street, so there's more traffic